Well, good afternoon. It's Saturday afternoon. We're at Sydney Parade, and today we are here for the game in the Pilkington Plate, where Pembroke are entertaining Malahide. Highly appropriate that it's Malahide here today. James Cresswell joining me in the box. Care to tell our viewers what happened earlier on today?
Afternoon, Craig. Afternoon, all. Yes, we had a presentation just before the game started for Mary Waldron for her services to the club and to cricket in general, and acknowledging her contribution to Irish cricket. As we all know, that she recently retired from international cricket at least. So she also mentioned that she started off with her cricket career in Malahide. So it's nice mixed emotions today for Mary. Obviously, she'd like her team to win, but I think second best would be Malahide in her book. So either way, I think it's going to be a great day, especially for Mary.
Well, she's been a member of both clubs. She's spent just under half her career with Malahide. When I say under half, I mean, of course, so far. We hope that Mary goes on for a lot longer. As you can see, Malahide have only provided 8 names to us at this stage, but there's the Pembroke side for today. Any surprises there? A few changes from the cup final team, but do you see anything there, James, that stands out today?
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic to see Orla Pendergrass back into the squad. Haven't seen her play this level of cricket for a while now, with all her international demands and the trajectory of her career in the international circuit. So it's going to be fantastic to have her back, and we hope she has a great game.
Well, such a pivotal player, and as you say, so talented that she's playing her trade on the franchise tour now these days. Spent some time playing in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, and such experience can only benefit her and therefore benefit the side she's playing for.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it's such a fantastic feeling to see a club member from Pembroke go on to such dizzying heights, I suppose you'd call it, and keep going. She's worked so hard on her game, and the results show over the last year and a half or so. And she's well regarded by everyone that comes across her, and she's just an absolute star of the game. So long may it continue. Looks like Orla's actually going to be opening the bowler from Pembroke, which is no surprise.
Well, Pembroke did win the toss earlier on, and they decided to take to the field to bowl first. It may be that the depleted Malahide numbers, as per your screen, were partly responsible for that, but they're here to fulfil the fixture, and they're here to take Pembroke on. Neither side doing particularly well in the senior league, and Pembroke, of course, lost the senior cup final quite heavily to Merion last week. But already Malahide off the mark, single off the first ball. Shauna Kavanagh taking the gloves today. Mary Waldron standing at first slip.
Got a very stacked offside field, as you expect.
Just 3 on the leg side, and one of those is down at the clubhouse at fine leg. This one played off an open face bat, just back to the bowler. Waldron at slip. There is a third down there. I think that is Hannah Little.
Was that Georgia Beattie?
Could be. Your eyesight's better than mine. Your prescription's obviously better than mine. So yes, this Pilkington Plate 40 over game here today at Pembroke, and it's great to see the women's cricket taking over the main square on a Saturday.
That ball just drifting down leg.
Well fielded. Anna Lynn doing a great job down there, saving a couple of byes. Or was it wides?
Wides.
Thank you.
Just too much put into that ball. Too much effort, just drifted it down the leg side. Just
Well,
anyway, a bit of a loosener.
they saved a couple of runs there, Anna Lynn, with that dive. Our scorer, Graham Mooney, providing the statistics today. Well, thanks to Graham, makes our job a lot easier.
It's a better line there by Orla Pendergrast. Just finding the radar, getting the radar fine-tuned. It's going to be difficult to get away. She bowls a really good line, but has lots of movement as well. She has developed some really good, effective balls in her repertoire.
Well, it will be 8 overs a bowler in the Pilkington. 40 over competition. Very unusual.
Yeah.
Well, 2 balls to go in this opening over now. Prendergast starting to find her rhythm.
Yeah, that one just probably a bit too straight and going slightly down leg, and the batsman was able to play it off her hips, play it square into the deep. No one down there on the boundary. So it gets past the fielder and for 4. Yeah, make Malahide feel quite good about this opening over.
Well, there certainly may have been some trepidation at having to face all of Prendergast. You see her bowling in World Cups, you see her bowling in interprovincial Super Series, and you see her bowling in foreign jurisdictions.
Hi.
So, 3 runs coming from that first over, 1 from the bat, and then a couple of wides as well. But Anna Lynn made sure that one didn't reach the boundary. 3 for naught after the first over, and that's a decent start for both teams, really. Well, that one was just 2 legs side. Bella Armstrong wasn't going to miss out there. Pulled round on it. And it went away for the boundary. So apologies, of course. 7 for without loss at the end of the first over. And Bella Armstrong has her first boundary.
Yeah, that always gives you confidence as a batter. Nice to hit the ropes early on in your innings. Just adjustments, fine-tuning adjustments being made to the field here now by Mary.
Well, but 2 fielders out on the leg side. 1 at long leg and 1 just about front of square. I think that's Zoe Bell down there. Zoe Bell, always very distinctive with the large sun hat. Well, there we go. That's down the leg side.
Do you know how to open that?
To open what?
Yeah, just another loosener. Just struggling to find line and length there. Getting lots of encouragement from her teammates. So I restart the over. That's a lot better. Good length, shaping into the batsman. Very hard to get away. If she can get that line and length, she'll be able to build lots of pressure.
Wonder how many text messages you sent me before it rang, James. Just the once.
Right. Oh, a bit short and... Yeah, just trying a bit too... I don't know, just trying too hard or something, or just trying a different ball or different grip.
Well, it was very similar to difficulties they had during the cup final as well.
Yeah, that's right. They did struggle to get line and length early enough, and there was a lot of extras conceded. Oh, this one gets through everyone. Just too wide, and it's going to be 5 buys, 4 buys,
Well,
or 4 wides, is it?
Extras, wides it is.
Wide that's been called.
And extras have been the bane of this team's life for this season. Forever. And in fact, for the last couple of seasons. And a little then from the nursery end, trying to find a line.
It's like it's getting stuck in the hand.
She's just got it too far jammed into her hand, I'd say. She needs to just bring that ball to the tips of her fingers.
Yes.
And be the ball.
Yeah.
No, just let it go.
Let it go.
No.
Yeah, it's
no.
We don't have singing on this channel, thanks.
We still don't have singing on this channel.
Dulcet tones. Yeah, struggling there.
This one, at least getting down the other end. That would be a dot ball coming off the bat. Well, off the batter.
Yeah, I think that sort of just crashed into the pad. Just struggling here, yeah. Sometimes it's just go back to a stock ball and build from there. Yeah, just sort of...
She's trying to, it looked like she was trying to bowl an off-cutter there to try and mitigate the ball going so wide. To no avail on this occasion. And you can see at the bottom right of your screen, well, those wides are adding up. That's 9 off the over, still 3 balls to go.
Yeah, just keep it simple, I think. It's a bit better. Still looks like it's sticking a bit in the hand, but it was better length. The captain just going to have a quick word.
Well, her sister's the captain.
Yep.
Now, there's a fielding position. You can just see Anna Lynn, Mary Waldron, cutting off that little push on the offside. That one there. That's why she's come out a slip. She's already seen something. And now Hannah Liz will be looking to get out of this over with no more runs conceded.
It's almost like Mary sees that there's a potential if the ball is bowled in that length, it might just pop up if the batsman tries to just defend and pop into her hands. Ooh.
Oh, she's lifted that nicely round behind leg on the cheeky. That's the nickname. Nobody calls her by her name. And Van Shika Shukla. I'm sure I'm butchering that in some way. And when she listens back to this, I hope she takes me to one side and just corrects me with the correct pronunciation. But for now, that's what we'll go with. So I make that the 7th ball of the over.
Yeah. Again, full toss bowled. Just played away on the leg side. Past the fielder.
And it's reached the boundary. 4 more onto the total, and that is an expensive over. Scorer now readjusting his scores. He needs to go back 2, Graham. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's correct now. And the score after 2 overs has moved on to 21 for none. So 14 coming off that over. That's an expensive over.
Yeah, that's not part of the script, I wouldn't think, of Pembroke, obviously. But Malahide would be delighted. That's really eased the pressure. Already they have a good foundation in this partnership of 21. They can just get a few more off the bat to settle their nerves and to get a feel for the conditions. They'd be pretty confident that they'll do some damage here, Malahide. Oh, she gets back and defends that.
And again, you can see that very, very straight bat, but there is the tendency, perhaps, there will be one that's just lifted back to the bowler.
Well, the first ball that she faced, where Orla bowled a similar ball, she did actually pop it up a bit. So that's why Mary's got in very close, I think. They're waiting for that one just to dig into the pitch, come up more than the batter expects and pop it up.
Well, Mary Waldron, as you can see on your screen, fielding close in there on the leg side. And had she been on the offside, well, that wouldn't have gone to her anyway.
No. But it's making the batter think, oh, well, I can't play anything on the leg side here. I've got to defend on the offside.
Yeah, it's you could see how much room she gave herself just to push that one away on the offside. And in doing so, lifted it a little bit. See our first crowd starting to grow for the day. Obviously, there is a lunch on today. The President is here. A few others. 40, I think they're expecting today. Oh, my goodness. Well, that one got up off a length, and it took the glove. I thought it took the glove.
I did too.
And the umpire
You think it
is signalling for. It did.
beat everyone?
Ran away very quickly. Well, that was a good ball from Orla Prendergast. I'm not sure that Deacon knew too much about it, but she'll take the runs.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, she doesn't look comfortable against Orla, but she is getting the runs. Brings her up to 5. They all look the same in the scorebook, don't they?
Well, there is a slip there, but it's more like a second and a half, third slip. And this one just landing short of that very fielder.
It's almost like the fielder didn't quite pick it up.
I don't think it was carrying far enough,
Yeah.
but you can see the intent here. Those two fielders almost in a direct line through the stumps. That wide slipish, and Mary in that short mid-wicket, and she's bringing up the point fielder as well, just out a shot for you. And again, she doesn't look too comfortable against Prendergast's pace.
Yeah. Just played off the square leg there, but there's a fielder who made sure there was no run there. Yeah, she's got away with a bit of luck here, but definitely doesn't look comfortable. It's a difficult length that she's been bowled. Good pace. Find it quite difficult. Oh, it's a good shot. She just lifts that one over the where slip cordon would be.
Slip cordon of 1.
Yes, but used the pace, just lifted it, got it out of danger. There was someone down there in third man, but they still picked up a single. And she would have been delighted to get bat on ball in that way, have some control. So at the end of the over.
Well, there's the 4 played down. There was no way Kavanagh could get down to that. It's gone straight down, and despite the despairing dive. And then this one here hit the bat first, but never did it. Could she? This will be better. She was on her heels. You can see her first movement was to regain her balance, and at that stage she couldn't come forward. And that is a lovely shot. That's the sort of shot you'd see in the 100 or the BBL. Just lifting it over any close fielders, and it runs away. They only get a single on that occasion, but I like the intent.
You get the feeling that you might see a few more of those in the innings. Been successful so far, and obviously just used the pace to your advantage. So yeah, we'll see.
Hannah Little, after an opening over that cost 14 runs, she'll be looking to, well, bring that figure down a little bit, I sense.
Yeah, still struggling.
Well, she's reduced her pace in an effort to...
Yeah, to find that radar and find that line and length, but yeah. It's funny how some days it just doesn't work for you. It's difficult to get your rhythm right, whether it's something on your mind or the conditions or full toss played away down to third man where it's picked up by Van Schieker, just the 1 run. So quite lucky to get away with just conceding 1 run there.
I think we'll be okay with that.
Oh, no, I mean the 2 fielders.
All right, no, I seen that. Commented on them earlier. Well, this one plays off the back foot. Nice shot, but it goes straight to a fielder. There'd be no runs there.
Good back in there by Mary, but yes, it was a lot better ball. Good signs for Hannah there, just finding a bit better line and length. Probably still a bit too short, but that's
a good ball.
That's the better one.
Pitched up, runs out to the fielder. Georgia Beattie does the fielding, can't prevent the single. And runs are just flowing for Malahide at the moment. And even if they do have only 8, they'll be pleased with the way they've started.
Oh, definitely. I think if anyone mentioned this to them a couple of overs ago, they would have been delighted that they'd be in this position.
Again, just seems nervous in her defensive shots. Does Deacon. But she's doing a good job. She's part of a big partnership. Now, we do have to state that you'll notice that only 17 runs have come from the bat, and yet the total is 29, and that's down to, well, some wayward bowling from the Pembroke players.
Yeah, that's better bowling. You can't concede that many extras that early in the game anyway, but you know, if that's a trend that continues, then
4 extras.
Yeah, that's going to be too much of a mountain, I think, for Pembroke to climb. They've really got to peg these back.
If they gave away 4 extras and over all the way through, they'd be chasing 160 before you count 1 run off the bat.
Exactly.
Well, that's the end of the 4th over. A much better over from Hannah Little. 17 for naught off her 2. The score has moved on to 29 for naught. Orla Prendergast has ball in hand. Has ball, will bowl. It'll be interesting to see how far the skipper lets these 2 bowl before she looks to change bowling. Let's see what bowlers we have today. Georgia Beattie bowled well last time out on the ones. Mary Waldron with her floaty spinners. More suitable to the tail enders than perhaps the opening bats. I'm going round the field now.
Crashes into the pad.
Mary Waldron there, just exercising her vocal cords. And that's great to see. I hope she plays with that sort of spirit and joie de vivre.
Excellent to see.
It's great to see and great for her. Well, I think the umpire will watch that one back and smile to himself. Oh, big flashing blade from Armstrong on this occasion. Prendergast finding a good pace and good height with the bounce. It didn't seem particularly short, but really got up there at around shoulder level.
Yeah, I thought that ball would have been more waist high as opposed to getting the lift that it got. She must have really put some effort into bashing that into the ground as she bowled it into the pitch. The wind's picking up a bit here at the moment. Oh, big slash, and not picked up there by the fielder. I think that was an opportunity, half chance anyway. Batsman played the ball straight down to mid-on. Mid-on didn't quite pick it up in time. I think if a split second earlier, she could have got forward a couple of paces and probably taken or made an effort to take a catch. I just wonder maybe, yeah, just take 1 or 2 steps forward. Anyway, that'd be encouraging for Pembroke. It's in the air. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery.
Super length. Did well just to jam the bottom of the bat and keep that one out.
Yeah, she played it well.
But you can see Prendergast seems to be finding more of a rhythm now.
Yeah. She's getting some good diversity as well. It's not an earthquake here in Pembroke. It's just that the breeze has picked up. It's quite a bit of cloud cover.
Well, played out and fielded by Leslie Ring at point.
That was a more convincing shot than the previous back foot shot she's played, I think. It just looked a bit more comfortable for her than previous ones, a bit more like, oh my goodness, what's happening? This one looks like, oh, okay, I'm seeing it a bit better now. Well, from a Malahide point of view, I hope that's the case.
Deacon it is, keeping that one out. That's the over. The score has moved on to 30, and that's a much better over for Pembroke. They've pegged Malahide back now to just the 6 and over. And with 5 overs gone, we're halfway through the first power play. And you want us to... How much rain is there? You're the one on the outside.
Very little.
You just say the word, or we'll put down the side shelf anyway, because that doesn't obstruct our view at all.
Yeah.
And once again, if anyone wants to draw up some plans for a more, shall we say, comfortable home for the streaming service, well, this one goes through.
Another wide.
Still waiting to see the new SMC signs on the bottom of the sight screens. Only a matter of time, one feels, before they get replaced.
Just pulls out of her delivery there. Quite rightly so, if you're not feeling comfortable.
Things that you can say in a hospital and on a cricket field. Well, it's good to see the new flag up. The old one was getting, oh my goodness, well, what across Shauna Kavanagh, giving the, it's a no ball this time, I think. There's the new flag. Be nice if it was pulled up to the top, but there you go.
Yeah, it's not quite half-mast, but
Yeah, I know that feeling.
but it looks good. You know, the other one had faded quite a bit.
Faded, it was ripped.
People sort of come up and say, "What's your colours? I love your black and your orange."
Yeah.
Like, no, it's red actually.
Oh, this one gets back past little, but it's well fielded in the background eventually by Mary Waldron. Another single taken. Well, now they're sort of bowling less, well, I say less wides, and we've already had 2 extras in this over. But did you see, well, I know you saw Samuel Johnson and his debut in the 100, bowling a 20 ball spell.
That's better.
And whatever they do, and 19 of them were dots, including 3 wickets.
Yeah, that's got to be some sort of record for the 100.
Well,
You think anyway? I mean,
it's
that's
going to be a long time before somebody beats that record. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I just feel sorry for them that it came in the 100 because, let's be honest, that's the only competition in the world of its format. So there isn't going to ever be a huge database of stats for it. Unlike T20, if he'd done it in a T20, in Big Bash or even in Sri Lanka, do they?
Yes.
Well, isn't that awful?
I think they should have it quarantined to its own series. Anyway,
But then there'd be so many formats, I suppose, as well. You'd have T10
yeah.
looking to get into those stats as well, and that's a completely different game to T20.
That's a better ball there by Hannah, just to interject. So she's finding a bit more consistency in this over. Still quite not enough what Pembroke need.
And Malahide would be delighted at not having lost a wicket thus far. Another wide there.
Yeah, just stick it in the hand. I
She
think
just
they-
needs to take that ball out of her hand and put it back in her fingers. That's
stick
that's
some fingers between her hand and the ball to create
Yep.
some space or something. Either way, I think that might be time for the captain of Pembroke to maybe say, well, look, thanks for now. let's try something else, and we'll bring you back on later on in the game, maybe.
Much better.
Mm.
Nice shot from Armstrong. Good, straight, strong defensive shot. Of course, this is the only 40 over competition that the women play now. In the Super Series, it's 50 overs. Pilkington Plate, the only sort of longer format game that a lot of the girls would play.
Given another wide there, the umpire thought about it for a while, but decided to give that wide. Quite impressed by Armstrong. I think she's batting really well. I think she's found these conditions to suit her.
Dougal seemed quite quiet today. Now nobody's walking past them, so...
Yeah, haven't. Oh.
That one pushed out in the offside, fielded. Throw comes in, but the runner safely home. Score will move on to 38 without loss in this, the 6th over.
Yeah, she struck that very well. Let's play that along the carpet.
And you know why they got a single?
The field is too deep. I keep saying it every week, that 30-yard circle, you don't have to have your players on it. It's like I put them on 20 yards or 25 yards. 30 yards is always a little bit...
I don't think their circle is 30 yards.
Well, whatever it is, the circle.
Yeah, the circle. It's too deep. Well, if you're going to have players on that circle, then have one player that's at least in 10 metres or 10 feet yards, whatever you want to call it, just to sort of create doubt in the batsman's mind. You have to choke that single. You can't just let them hemorrhage singles like this. Seems to be what's been happening in men's and women's games here, especially this season. I've noticed is the fact that there's lots of runs being given away by both sides that you see play because there's too much of a gap on one side of the field or both. And if a batsman has soft hands, they can just run it down any part of the ground and they can pick up a single.
Well,
Oops.
Orla Prendergast begins her run up. Get this. Oh, that's a super delivery. Really hurrying up. Better Armstrong there.
It's interesting to see the response by Shauna, who's a very experienced keeper and still struggling to sort of take some of these balls cleanly. That's sort of the pace I think that all is generating and the variation that she's coming up with. Well, a good test here for Armstrong.
Prendergast has certainly got her playing from the back foot. She's playing expansive shots, but without coming forward, they're not going to have a huge amount of power in them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It doesn't look like she's really got control or come to terms with the pace of Orla Prendergast at this stage. Definitely going back into her crease and just trying to sort of cut the balls away or just get them, behind square, behind point.
This is where the Yorker would be such a useful weapon. Good length ball.
Well
from
defended.
Prendergast. Halfway through the over now. 3-dot balls. Oh, I do believe there is some blue sky off to the left of Sydney Parade, over towards the west, the southwest.
Well, the conditions have lightened up a bit here. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Pushed through the covers between the two fielders.
I pick up two.
Good fielding from Zoe. Zoe Beldes out there. 2 onto the total, brings us into 40. This is Prendergast's 4th over. How much longer will she be kept on? Hasn't got the breakthrough as yet. This one's in the air, though.
Yeah, there's the breakthrough.
There it is.
Oh.
The reverse commentator's curse. And in the 7th over. All of Prendergast picks up hers, and Pembroke's first wicket as Bella Armstrong departs for 15, a well-made 15 from 20, but she was part of a partnership of 40.
Yeah, that was a good partnership. Really what Malahide wanted and needed. It's been a great start for them. Unfortunately, at that stage, she was just starting to get some rhythm with the bat and find the middle of the bat, and she hit it straight to, was it Hannah Little? Anyway, great catch taken there. That's a breakthrough that Pembroke desperately needed.
Here we go.
And well-deserved for Orla. She's been uncomfortable for
Well, I said she hadn't made the breakthrough, and on this occasion, Armstrong, well, she didn't really move her feet,
Yeah.
and the ball lifted out, and the catch taken. Super catch.
Yeah, very safe hands. Anyway, that Armstrong departs. Just waiting for confirmation of who the next batter is.
Well, we'll leave that for the live scoring, but Pembroke will be delighted. They have kind of let Malahide get away a bit here. 40 for 1 now in this, the 7th over.
We can learn from this.
Overs,
Yeah.
over by over. Yellow is always Malahide, pink is always Pembroke. And then you get the comparison, and this here is the fall of wickets. So you get the comparison. And then here, I'm putting in what over their bowling,
Yeah.
and then giving them a dot for the wicket and a C for the catch. And it's just little notes that you hope you can refer back to later.
Anyway, Kerrison is a new batter.
Yeah,
I'm not sure of the first name.
yep.
Facing Orla for the first time today. And well played. It's defended. And at the end of the over, it's now 1 for 40 of 7. And that's the breakthrough that Pembroke desperately needed. Time to restart from a Malahide point of view, build another partnership. Interesting to see who continues now.
Don't think so. Go on. No,
Can't hear anything.
nothing. 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 I can hear you, but only because I'm that close to you. It had nothing to do with anything else. Just checking our ground microphones so you can hear those special effects of Niall falling off a bar stool, Niall running to cover a camera.
The difference between Orla's first over and her fourth over was
Somebody flicked the
dramatic.
switch off.
Yeah.
Quite likely me.
What switch?
Phantom power.
Ah, that would explain it.
Here we go.
It's a little bit of moisture in the air we're just feeling now. But there is a lot. Oh,
Don't back away from that one. Much better ball from Hannah Little. She also bowling a 4th over. There'll be a little bit of chirp in the field now, I feel, that they've got Bella Armstrong out. Big wicket for Pembroke.
I do like this field. I still think maybe 3 on the offside should come in a bit, although she is going for the big swipe.
Well, that's exactly what it was.
But Anna Lynn is still sort of close enough to cut off a single. Would have been the batter's eye line.
I would say right about now that I would take off Prendergast and Little, and I would bring on Zoe Bell and Mary Waldron and really just take the pace off.
Yep, that's a better ball.
That's a nice shot into the offside. It's well fielded though. All of Prendergast showing just how it's done. Setting the example.
Deacon was hoping there'd be a run there, but not to be. No, I think you're right. I think take the pace off and force the batters to try and, find gaps and do all the work themselves. It's a better over so far from Hannah.
Be a shame to take her off now, wouldn't it? Really?
No.
But no, I still stand by our comment. I think it's time for a change, and you could even have Laney Martin coming on at this stage. Kim Lee McDonald. There's plenty of bowling options out there. I just want to see Pembroke moving away from just pace and hanging on to that and putting it back in your pocket. Well, there we go. That's a super shot. Scoop round to the leg side. That's going to just about be picked up inside.
Well fielded there. And relayed to Mary Walden. He picks up the 2. So that's Van Schieker, who, again, covered a lot of ground and did some great fielding and a good arm.
Been a great acquisition for the club this year. Joined us from YMCA.
She's been an excellent addition.
I think she's enjoying her cricket here. Just such an uncertain situation up in YMCA at the moment in Claremont Road. We don't know what's going to happen.
Oh.
Well, a much, much better over from Hannah Lizzle. We'll just let the live scorers catch up. Because I can't believe that's the score.
No, they've got 2 on the third man anyway, so...
And the bowler's still down as Hannah Lizzle, 3.2. That could mean Graham needs a reset up there, or he's going back to change things. Change of bowling now at the St John's end. The Grand Lady of Pembroke Cricket now, I think we can call her that. She's received a presentation from the President today before the commencement of play. Gave a lovely little speech that I think the highlights may be available later on.
Actually spoke very well, yeah.
Have you looked at it already, have you?
No, but there's...
That's the end of the power play or the start of the power play.
There's what?
That's the end of the power play.
cricket here tomorrow.
Yes?
Cricket here Monday.
All right, yes, fair enough. Busy.
It could be awards night territory like other footage that's on that card.
Oh, excellent. That's what I like to hear. Something to pad out my awards night.
So we have a...
I presume jingles, you can hear them now.
I don't know.
No. Can't pick
I
up.
think so, because I'm hearing Mary.
Just loosening up now.
Very interesting bowling, this. You won't see this very often.
Coming around a wicket. Starts off with a great length. Completely missed by the batter. Gets good flight. Quite deceptive. You think it could be a full toss or it could be a Yorker. And this seems to drop towards the end.
I think our American cousins would call that a sinker. Just right at the end, it just drops away. And you think you've got the point picked out where it's going to bounce, and you're wrong. You end up getting underneath it with the edge of the bat, and you end up walking on your way thinking to yourself, how did I get out?
Yes. Very deceptive.
So many times. Plenty of air. Bit of turn there for Waldron, I think.
Yeah.
I
Just
think
shot back.
I think the next delivery I shall watch on the... Many congratulations.
Yep.
That's Ashley and Candy Balboni on the ground, just having arrived. Grandparents now.
Proud grandparents of Luke Balboni. Nice to see a baby and mother are doing well.
Of course, send our absolute congratulations to mother, baby, and I suppose Andy as well. His work is only just beginning.
That's right. We're half-hearted appeal there by Mary. It's just a bit too high, but she's asking some questions. Ooh. Just worked around on the leg side there. Shauna had to chase that, but, you know, good coverage there by the fielders coming in to cover the stumps.
Well, you notice here that certainly, I think it's Leslie Ring there on the leg side is well inside that 30-yard circle. Oh! See what I mean about the miss hit?
Yeah, just got the glove under that.
Only just got enough to get it past Kavanagh. They pick up a single, but this change of pace is working, I think. I think we called this one perfectly.
I think this is an excellent decision here by Pembroke. They're a little bit bamboozled at the moment, Malahide, with Mary's pace and turn. Good encouraging signs there from Pembroke, and they've actually put the brakes on a bit of the run score there. So is that 9 gone? So after 9, it's 1 for 45.
Or in English, 45 for 1.
Is that how you, yeah. Either way, yeah, 45 for 1. Let's go with that.
There are 2 ways of doing this.
Yes.
Your way and the right way.
Yeah. So it looks like Kim Lee going to be entering the attack now. Yeah, it looks like Kim Lee has got the ball. So they're going with pace from one end.
But they're giving youth the opportunity, and I like that. We're at that stage of the season now. Most of the silverware has been put out of reach. So why not give the youngsters a chance to play in this 40-over competition? And if they're going to play, use them.
Absolutely. Just, again, first ball extra. It is something that Pembroke have to work on. You know, we all have, as bowlers, we all have a loose shot every now and again, or a loose ball. That's a better comeback. Oh, that's a nice ball. Always been impressed by Kim Lee. I think she is a smart bowler. I think she has a good couple of balls that get some movement. Her pace is not express, but it's good pace. Oh, yes, there. Just popped that one up. Fielder's too deep, though. It's not really a chance at all, but it's just giving encouraging signs that it lifted a bit on, caught the batter by surprise, I think. Oh, that's nice bowling, but just played away late nicely, and they'll pick up a boundary here. Just beats the fielders to the boundary. But nothing wrong with that ball.
It was one of those awful shots that, as a fielder, you always think you're in with a chance of getting there.
I know. It's like, I just need another yard and I'll have that, you know.
Yep.
Good chase. Anyway, they've dropped Annalyn back to a defensive position there for that shot.
Well,
Not sure
I
that's
think that's
right.
wrong.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right move, but anyway. Oh, tried to stop it, but just got past it, split the field there.
Well, nobody's stopping that one.
Good shot. Waited for it and just cut it through the offside. Past point.
Just seeing the seagull on the pitch ahead of us here, James. Not on screen at the moment, but certainly in our view.
That's where you need a fielder.
Haven't seen Sammy for a while. I did see a whole load of feathers on the ground the other night.
Yeah, that might be. Sammy might.
I fear that Sammy may have, well, shuffled off his mortal coil, to quote Monty Python.
Here's next Fox.
He certainly is. He is no more.
Ex-Seagull. Just drifting down the leg there. Yeah. It wasn't a bad over. Just wasn't a great over either from a Pembroke point of view, but it was good for Malahide. They move on to 54 for the loss of 1 of 10. I think you're right, though. I think I would like to have seen a spin bowler on the other end as well. even just for a good, 10 overs, 5 overs each end. Anyway. Oh, that's just become a full toss and has played around to the leg side, but there is protection down there at deep square. Just the one run, direct hit. Good bit of fielding there, great arm. I think it's Laney Martin down there in the deep.
Bit like you then, Noel, really. You're always a good one for that. Either that or else breaking your toe with it. Plenty of air from Waldron. That's a lovely delivery, that is.
Yeah, that was what she was trying to do the previous delivery, I believe. Just didn't quite get the flight right, but that was a really good ball. Oh. Again, just almost a replica of the first ball of the over. Hit down the leg side, just deep square. Down to Laney Martin, who returns it post haste. But you can see that if this batter misses, the cross bat shot could be interesting. Oh, it's a good shot. Right in the arc. She just pops it up, but it straight over the bowler's head, straight down to the deep. It was more like a 9-iron shot, and the backspin just stopped the ball when it hit the ground. Pick up 2.
Well, the ground would have picked up an awful lot of moisture over the last couple of weeks. Waldron continues. This time it's shuffled out down to square leg. Cameraman picking up the action for you. Well, Malahide now up to 59 for 1. They'll be pleased with the way it's going.
Yeah, it's a great start from their point of view. Well, that's too much. Too full.
Just 2 full from Waldron, and Kerrison sweeps it round to square leg. Laney Martin does the fielding again.
It's definitely the Laney Martin show this over. Just done well down there. So, 6 from the over brings them up to 60 for 1 off 11. I'm going to continue now with the second over from Kim Lee. She was starting to find her rhythm a bit in the previous over. Be good to see her continue that. Now, Kerrison now moves on to 13 from 16. She's actually starting to get some good form at the moment. Yeah, that it sounds a bit like an aeroplane in the background. There is actually one of the diesel trains going past. They're subtle as a sledgehammer. Oh, that's that shot again.
Played away down to third. Van Schieker fields beautifully, and it just evades the glove of Kavanagh. Well, the wind's starting to pick up. Niall's laptop looks like it wants to take off. It's making big strides. You say only a screen.
I actually thought the wind had died, and I was about to say last over that the conditions look great, but now the wind has really picked up, even though it's a lot brighter here.
Sun peeking through these clouds. Nicely played out, but Waldron right in position, gets down in the long barrier behind the ball.
It's directly to the covers and it stopped.
The umpire Lowe, having a quick word with the bowler. Very good umpire, it's Mick Lowe. We've played against him a few times.
Okay.
Well, he's beaten us a few times. Captain Clontarf.
Oh, yeah. But
Do you remember the years we used to go down to Mount Temple?
yes, back in the day.
And have the great teas prepared by Wendy.
Oh, they were awesome. That's one of
Yeah.
my great memories of cricket.
Those teas were absolutely immense, and I met her the other day. And I mentioned that I was missing her teas. They really were completely epic. Was that your own hat?
That's my own hat that I've just
Okay.
watered.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a business opportunity lost. She could do the teas for a
Oh, nearly shot back
Oh.
on. That could have gone anywhere.
bit of excitement there.
Horizontal bat from Deacon. Kim Lee nearly picking up her first wicket. She's just going just under a run of ball at the moment. Kerrison has come in and has made a good start. 14 from just 17 deliveries in this 40-over game.
Yeah, Deacon here just struggling with a bit of form, or just the conditions. She's, again, back in her crease.
It looks awkward, but you know what?
She's effective.
She's effective, and she's still there at the moment. It's going well for her. It's going well for Malahide. 61 for 1 in this. Oh, I don't know. The 12th over.
12th over, yep.
Oh, James, you're going to have to talk me through some scores on the overs there. 10th over.
54 for 1.
Oh, that was an expensive one.
Yeah, it was. Oh, lifted up in the air, played in the offside, through the covers, but splits the field, even though there's 5 fielders there, and goes straight to the boundary. That was a great shot.
Well, that's the one thing about having such a tightly packed ring, is once you do pierce it, it's going to run away all the way without stopping. 11 overs was
60 for 1. So 5 off that over. 65 for 1 now, of 12. So Pembroke have brought the run rate down in recent overs, but it's still, you know, in the high 5s.
just about 5.5, Michael Clark would tell us.
5.42 if he was here. And could,
Yeah. I don't know why they put those in that colour. Overs and run rate on your screens are in this sort of... And you can't change that, can you, Noel? No, I can't, Craig, sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
Get Keris in the face now. She's had a great start. 14 off 17. Oh, that's a flight again, and she goes to that cross-bat shot. Almost identical shot to what she played last over. Laney Martin.
Not quite a full sweep, but you could see she was trying to sweep, but she had to come far further forward than I think she realised to take it on the full. And that caused that shot to just scoot out to square leg.
Oh, that's the ball she's been trying to bowl. Beats everyone.
Takes the edge and scuttles past the gloves of Kavanagh. Impossible to take for a keeper.
Yeah.
You just can't get your hands from there to there.
No, not in that split second.
No.
Split fraction of a second.
But, well...
Encouraging signs, though.
That's what Waldron has been looking for. And on this occasion, she got it and got it right. Again, you can tell the bats aren't really... Well, given a choice of facing Waldron or facing Prendergast, I think they would choose Waldron, but they're very wary of her at this stage. This one, just over the wrist of the keeper. Couldn't quite get there in time. Olay.
It's like the footwork is very late. Not sure. This looks like there's hesitation. I'm not sure how to play the ball. So far, it's been effective.
Malahide doing really well here this morning,
Yep.
or early afternoon, sorry. 67 for 1. Let's call it lunchtime, because I think our guests are all in at the lunch today. One of 2 lunches this weekend. I wouldn't even have 2 breakfasts over a weekend. 2 lunches, my goodness. And there's another lunch on next week as well. Another one that's just past keeper. Does she need to put in a slip?
Well, if she keeps bowling like that, you might as well. Because there's obviously going to be other opportunities coming through like that. So I reckon that's what she should do. Anyway, at the end of the over, it's 69 for 1. Giggity.
Thank you.
13 overs gone now. So it's 3 more to drinks.
Drinks. Are you taking drinks at 15 or at 20?
20. Well, past 50. Sorry. What am I talking about? I keep on thinking in the wrong game here. No, we actually got 7 to drinks. Brain fade there. Sorry, folks. That's why Craig's in charge. Not me.
Kim Lee continuing now from the nursery end, the SMC end.
Good chase there by Mary Waldron, but straight to mid-on-ish, wide mid-on. Or wide mid-off, I should say. I always get that wrong. Don't know why. Deacon's looking... Slowly building this innings. She's on 19.
put on that opening partnership of 40 with Bella Armstrong before Armstrong fell to one where she lifted into points hands. That was back in the
USSR.
7th over. These two now have put on 29. Another good partnership for Malahide as they seek to put up a total to defend against this Pembroke batting lineup of Kavanagh, Waldron, Little and Prendergast.
No, definitely. No, it's going to be important for them to keep building these partnerships and put on a good score. As Craig just said, there's a lot of batting talent in Pembroke.
This one in the air. Oh, Waldron with an absolutely outstanding attempt. I don't know how close she was to it. I'm sure we'll see a replay of that one. Actually, I know there'll be a replay because Noah's frantically tapping and rolling the mouse. And
that was a super effort.
But what an effort that was from Waldron. It looked great. I don't know how close she was, but
someone give her a cape.
Great. Yes. Yeah.
Full stretch. Here we go. Wide, smacked off the toe of the bat, just out of shot. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Bang.
What a dive.
That would have been absolutely spectacular had it stuck in the hand, but it wasn't to be.
This one gets past everybody. The only thing that's going to stop that is the rope. And that doesn't even manage it. It gets under the sight screen. And in fact, it's just good old lack of momentum through friction.
To 5 wides.
Brings the ball to a halt. 5 more onto the score. 78 for 1.
Yeah, it's a bit erratic. She's been bowling that offside line for the whole over and then just dragged that one down leg.
That's better, and it's played out, bowling to your field. You don't mind the batsman hitting it. You want them to be trying to hit it. But it's nice when your field backs you up. Nothing worse than bowling to your field and your field letting you down. As a bowler, it's just soul-destroying.
Yeah, it's good backing there by Laney Martin as well. Now, all of Prendergast has been pushed back onto like deep cover, onto the boundary. Oh. Beats the batsman, beats the edge. Anyway, another expensive over though. 78 for 1.
9 coming from that over. 78 for 1 from 14 now. There is the Malahide card.
Yeah, some good starts there. Bella Armstrong, 15. She'd be disappointed that she hit one straight out to Hannah Little, who caught that without too much trouble. She was looking quite good. Beth Deakin there is doing very well and steadying the ship and creating a great backbone for the team. Now
Waldron pulls out of the delivery at the last minute. Didn't look like Kerrison was quite ready for it.
And Kerrison as well had a great start. She's 17 off 22. Be important from a Malahide point of view that these two just keep chugging along. You want to have them there at drinks.
Oh, that's a super delivery from Waldron. Did her on length on that occasion, playing over the top of that one. Just a bit wide, but wider than Waldron would have wanted, but good ball.
I know she missed it, but I like the batter's foot movements a bit better for that shot. She at least tried to get forward and have a bit more ability to put pace on it. That's just well defended off to the leg side. Just dropped it at her feet. No run.
Well, she's also noted, of course, that there is no fielder saving a single on the leg side.
There's a huge gap down here to cow corner. Oh, again.
She's going to get an edge on one of those. It's going to fly through. But you notice the slip is in place now after that last over from Waldron.
And I think that's a great move. As long as that sticks in the hand. That's the trap. She puts a short one in and gets away with it.
See nobody out on the offside, just that tight ring of fielders to keep pressure on. So she's going to be looking to play to the leg side. That's where the gaps are. That's where the runs are. But that's also where trouble lays. She takes this one on.
I think that's Leslie Ring down there who fields in the deep.
Just a single.
That moves Kerrison onto 18. Yeah, it's Beth Deacon now.
Oh, I have a feeling one of the day's showers may be about to visit us. You get that rush of cold air there, temperature dropping a couple of degrees. Clouds looking a bit darker, a bit more menacing. That's the end of the over. Another good over from Waldron, just 2 coming from it. The score has moved on to 80 for 1 off 15. And 5 overs to go to drinks. And there is another change of bowling at the nursery end. Change of bowling will be Zoe Bell to bowl the 16th over.
Yeah, good move, I think, this one. Just to keep mixing up the bowling. Don't let the batsman get settled with any one line and length. Zoe can pull out 2 good overs here before drinks. It'll be good for her team. Now, important from Malahide's point of view that these two just have a good look. They're doing very well the run rate at the moment. It's 5, just over 5 and over. They've got 80 on the board, and lots of wickets in the shed, so they just need to work on their plan to survive until drinks. And that's a well-struck ball. It gets past the fielder. He didn't quite get the body behind it, so 1 now turns into 2, possibly even 3, but no, just they're happy with 2. Yeah. Anna Lynn just not quite getting behind that ball to stop that.
I tweeted out a link to this game so that people who weren't watching might choose to. Another one pulled out the leg side, and I tweeted out the link. So far it's been liked by 2 people. One of whom is Graham Mooney, who's actually doing the scorebook here at the moment. So what he's doing on Twitter is quite beyond me.
Yeah.
And the second one is from somebody called Betty, who's in Reno in Nevada.
Thank you, Betty. Oh, that's going to be a shout. That's going to be worth a shout, is it? Yes.
And it's out.
Yes.
And Zoe Bell picks up a wicket. Beautifully flighted.
That was a lovely ball. So tempting. The batter had actually seen a few similar balls from Mary Walden bowling from the other end, and just played across the line there, and it's crashed into the pads. No connection, and wow, that's not what Malahide wanted this side of drinks, but it is definitely what Pembroke needed. And unfortunately, Kerrison now falls. That was a good partnership again.
Well, you called for this change of bowling, James, and it has worked. That one pitching right in line with middle leg, and the umpire having no doubt at all as she comes down and hits her on the back leg. And well, you always feel you're in trouble on the back leg when something hits the back leg.
Yeah.
At least I do, anyway.
Well, especially when you're doing a cross-bat shot.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard.
Going down to sweep, down sweep, and it hits you on the back leg. You're pretty much in trouble. Well, Condren is the next bat coming in from Malahide. They're now 83 for 2. That was a partnership of 43 for the second wicket. They've been consistent, 40 and 43. They'll be hoping to continue that.
Yeah, if Malahide can put another couple of partnerships together like that, well, they're going to be pretty hard to beat. They're going to set a very strong total for their bowlers to defend.
Plenty of air on this one for Bell, and it hits her straight on the leg. The umpire on this occasion turns it down. Well, let's have a look at that again.
Yeah, lucky. It's always difficult playing that shot when you first get to the wicket.
I don't think you've got time here. Oh, this one pitched well short. It's hit up in the air on the offside, but it runs past the ring, past the fielders. And Laney Martin will just jog over, collect it from in front of the hedge, and 4 more go onto the total. Well, this is a busy over.
Yeah, probably just down leg.
Yeah. Hit her on leg, I suggest, but was going to miss on the leg side. Better ball from Bell. It's in the air, just past the outstretched hand of Kim Lee. Another boundary, and Malahide, well, Condren isn't hanging around. 2 boundaries in that over, finishing off what had been such a good over for Zoe Bell before then, but 1 for 11 from her first over. She makes the breakthrough. It's 91 for 2 off 16.
I like that by Condren that she's taken advantage early on of anything that's loose, not being sort of intimidated that they just come out after just losing the wicket just before drinks, really. I like the way she's just think, yep, I'm going to get on with this. If it's there to be hit, I'm going to hit. And she's sprinted to 8 off 3. Mary Waldron to continue. Oh, that's great flight, but just, again, down to Lainey Martin. Seems to be a bit of a set shot there. When Mary bowls, it's Lainey in the deep square that's doing the fielding. Picks up another single. She's just struggling to get that exact length she wants. It's either fraction too full or it's on the money, but she just can't get that horrible length that the batsmen hate.
This one played out in the offside. It beats the ring. Bell well backed up by Little.
Yep. Good arm.
You're like me, though, James. You know, good arm is one from the circle.
Yes.
Afternoon, Gavin. Gavin Hoyt coming down for a quick net.
And superstar for the club and for Leinster Lightning. Oh, that's a good ball.
She's not afraid to give it plenty of air. It works when the batsmen aren't really using their feet, but when you've come up against a batsman who's quite willing to dance down the pitch to this bowling, that's when it becomes difficult for Mary.
I'm glad she's sticking with this first slip. Just beautifully defended. It's great bowling. Good contest here.
Put it all the way under. It's not like we're looking at it.
Yeah. Oh, that was that was the ball.
And that's a fine over from Waldron. Score has moved on to 94 for 2.
Waldron's doing a great job for her team. She's been very economical. Been a bit unlucky there not to get the wicket. But that's good pressure. However, I like Deacon is, again, playing I guess, the steady role here. Whether that's by any choice of design or just by sheer coincidence, it can be debated, but she's doing a good job for her club and her team. Zoe Bell to continue after a very successful last over.
Well, she got the breakthrough, but she also went for those 2 boundaries at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very good length from Bell.
Put the batsman in 2 minds there. That's a great length. Well bowled.
It's a fine line between pitching it too short, as she has done this time. Fielder gets there. Vanshika doing a great job for her side.
Yeah, she's very sharp in the field, isn't she?
And that's why they have her down there. Covers a huge amount of ground. Same with Lainey Martin. The 2 of them patrolling that leg side boundary for Zoe Bell. That's a much better length. Super length from Bell. Condren not quite sure how to play that one. She is scoring at over a run a ball at the moment. Short, pulled out onto the leg side. The fielder is out there. It will just be a single. Good throw as well from out there.
Look at that. That's an excellent throw. Wish I could do that.
Yeah. Yeah, gone are the days.
Oh, it's a great length. Oh,
Super air again. Bell really tossing it up there this over. The ones she's tossing up are actually the ones that are causing the most problem.
pulled out the leg a bit.
Pulled out on the leg side. Laney Martin tries to go after that. Can't quite get there. It crosses the rope. And that just relieves the pressure for Malahide and takes them to 100 for 2. And that concludes Zoe Bell's
second over. Yeah, no, her over was great there, but as you can see here, here's the bowler's card.
Well, it was a good opening spell from Orla Prendergast. She seemed to be causing Deacon some problems, but didn't sort of make the breakthrough until her fourth over. Hannah Little was a bit wayward with the wides. You can see the extras there, 23. Well, that's better than it looked earlier on, but it's still more than one and over. Not ideal.
No, absolutely. Extras, the second highest score at this stage?
Won't be for long.
Yeah, just couldn't quite get that line right.
It's another boundary. Well, just turned into a full toss. Looking for that full length again. On this occasion, getting it wrong. Malahide, well, they'll be feeling quite good about this. Just 11 balls now between Malahide and Drinks. Another one taken on the full.
I like Condren's style here. She's obviously got a very good eye. She's been able to move on, get some good boundaries here, and she hits them right out of the middle of the bat. She's now moved on to 15 off 11. But she wants to be, they don't want to lose any more wickets before Drinks. But she doesn't seem to be taking too much risk. Oh, there's a ball lobbed up. Is it going to be caught? Yes. Kim Lee catches it. Great breakthrough. And sorry about the commentator's curse, Malahide, but there you go. Mary 630. Was that, was it Kim Lee or was it Anna Lynn?
Kim Lee taking the catch on this occasion. Partnership of 22 for the third wicket for Malahide. The score now 105 for 3. Well, that was commentator's curse for Malahide, really. We were just commenting. And then the very next ball put it up to the 30-yard circle. Kim Lee McDonald was there waiting for it. She took the catch. And the third wicket falls. Well, Condren still with us, but Deacon now departs. And Mary Waldron 1 for 23 from her 5.5 overs.
Well deserved wicket there by Mary, or for Mary. And it's ironic that it's always the one that's, the ball you try not to bowl.
Yeah, how often the bad ball takes a wicket. This one was a bit shorter. It was there to be hit, but it came off the top edge of the bat. Kim Lee, eyes on the ball all the way. Hands up to receive it. And that's a fine catch.
And aren't they delighted? Yep. Wow, that's a great breakthrough for Pembroke. This close to Drinks. Can they get another one?
Well, 3 down. Malahide will feel is okay. 4 down, and you'd feel that Pembroke were on top.
Yeah.
Well,
2 more to come in this over. What sort of magic can Mary conjure up before Drinks?
brings Leslie Ring much closer in on the leg side. Bowls it down the offside. It'll be signalled a wide. And they'll get another go at that. Afternoon, Rafe.
Hey, Rafe.
How are you? Good. What's that one? Don't.
I still like it to have
No, I have no keys.
no.
I'm not allowed things like keys, knives, credit cards.
If she's bowling like that, I'd still like to see a slip. Anyway, that's the end of the over. A very successful over for Pembroke. They move on to 106 for 3 off 19.
Well, just one over before drinks now.
Well, the wind's died down a bit. Those threatening clouds have sort of moved on. Still a little bit of a breeze, but the sun's come out and there's a bit more blue sky.
Yep. Well, if you are one of our viewers at the moment, I'd urge you to like and subscribe, A, to this broadcast, and B, to Pembroke Live channel on YouTube. Just think you could encourage us to have 15 people watching today. But we do appreciate every one of you out there. So yes, if you haven't already subscribed to this channel, please do so. You can always turn off notifications, or you can be notified each time Niall has made his way down here and set everything up for your viewing pleasure.
Mary, just,
sorry.
I was just saying, just making some slight adjustments to the field here. The new batter definitely is the face. First ball. Oh, chips one up. Not a bad shot.
Well, I'd say that's beautifully cut away on the offside, beating the two fielders. They chase it in vain. 4 more onto the score. Yes, our next broadcast Niall will be here for is tomorrow. The men's firsts will be entertaining Phoenix. There will be a lunch on at the same time. And I think a 1 o'clock start. We have no idea. Let's go with 12:30. Either way, if you subscribe to this channel, you'll receive the notification in plenty of time. Assuming Noel puts up the notification in plenty of time. That was a lovely shot onto the offside for Malahide. 112 for 3 now.
It's a great way to come off the mark.
To Valley, it is.
Oh, and that's that sweep shot. Oh, just can't get down.
Well,
Got a finger on it.
Not going to cost any more than a single.
Condon back on strike. Important for Malahide that she doesn't fall prior to drinks. You want to have her there for a long time now.
It's in the air, though.
Oh, gee.
Oh, Prendergast couldn't quite come in for it. Bell couldn't quite get out to it. Falls safely. Leading edge, I think, James.
Absolutely. So tried to work down the leg side and almost fell for it. There you go. Oh,
Nicely played away. Just swept from the bottom edge of the bat. Past the keeper. They'll get through for the single. The umpire disagrees with everything I've just said and signals a leg by.
I thought you got something on that.
I thought she did too, but
Anyway.
who are we to know? He's only 22 yards away.
Doesn't have Dougal though.
Oh,
Spotted something there. Got 2 to come out of this over. Nicely. Tried to play the similar shot to what she played at the start of the over, but just plays it to the fielder and no run. And that's after 20 overs. It's 114 for 3, and it's drinks. So
by drinks, do you mean like a nice margarita, frozen glass, or do you mean a cup of soup, or even a pot noodle at this stage?
a yard arm
It's
of
a
beer.
bit breezy, isn't it?
It is a bit breezy.
I think I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. Would you like to go and join me for a cup of tea? And we'll bring Niall back a cup of coffee.
Yes, and just enjoy these words from our sponsors.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Well, we're back. Sorry, folks, a bit delayed there. About another wicket falls. Another wicket to Mary. Great bowling. Wow, great start for Pembroke straight after drinks.
I'll replay it again for both of you.
Great.
Play
First things first, let's find my pen.
Behind you.
Ah. Well, that would be it.
The wind is definitely doing its best to play havoc with things.
Isn't it ever? And just losing her line a bit there, Mary. Just called a wide.
Well, Condren on the strike. She certainly has enjoyed the bowling of Waldron so far. Not there to be hit. Just played away on the offside. It will be a dot ball. That will be the end of the 21st over.
Very successful over.
28 for 2, Waldron now from 7 overs, and 118 for 4 is the Malahide score. And here we go. This is the bit. Did you make it back in time for this, James?
No. Oh, there's a lovely ball.
Well, no, I would give that out.
Yep.
I think you have a valid question there, Niall, but I'm going with the umpire, as I always do. No, at the end of the over, would you be able to bring up a batting card for me, please?
So that's why you need to sit the other side.
Yes, I know. James, can you do it?
Don't know how.
Okay.
Haven't been taught.
I will teach you very quickly, because it's very easy. Zoe Bell continuing then from the nursery end. She's 1 for 24 from her 3 overs. Sounds more expensive than she actually has been so far.
No, she was unlucky to have one over there. She got 2 boundaries. Oh,
Well, that one not going anywhere where the batsman intended. Just played back down the pitch in the end. Halloran coming in at number 6.
oh, well flighted. Oh, it's worth a shout.
Oh, it certainly is worth a shout. Umpire unmoved on this occasion. But that was a good shout from Bell.
Good length. Probably just the line was obviously off. Probably just drifting down leg, maybe.
Bit shorter, pulled away on the leg side out
Yeah.
towards Cow Corner. The fielder is chasing it. I don't know if anybody's going to pick that up before the rope. They do. Great work. Relay.
And that
Anna
good arm
Lynn.
again.
Anna Lynn doing a very good job. And then the arm of
Van Shikra.
Shika.
Wow.
Not to take it off.
Yeah, you don't want to take her arm on. That's a better length.
And again, tries to play that one out into the leg side. This time the close fielding of Mary Waldron keeps it to a dot. That wind really has picked up a little bit.
That's a great length. Oh, well played.
It's nice straight back from O'Halloran, just playing it back down the pitch. Exactly the right shot.
And when she's off to mark, she'd make you feel better. So it was the first obstacle to get past. And again, good ball, well played. So at the end of 22, it's 121 for 4.
Well, Pembroke doing a very good job of trying to peg back this run rate. Spin has worked so far for them.
I just
And then the main thing is to remember is see there's top on the scoreboard. That's what we're going to go back to.
There is the card. It was Gemma Diwali who fell LBW for Waldron. And that first over after drinks.
So, yeah. Okay. Right, yeah, okay. Good ball.
Nice flight again from Waldron. She really is not afraid to toss it up there. And the more you hit her, and the more it encourages her. She would never be one to just dart one in, giving the batsmen every opportunity to get themselves out by whatever method they choose. Water torture by 1,000 cuts, tied to railway lines. It's just, you can almost see the frustration building each time you play a shot and play it away, and it just doesn't get past a fielder, and you think, oh, I should have got one there. Now I'm going to need to get 2 off the next one, or...
Yeah, this is where Condren just needs to not panic. That's good running, good calling from a partner. They're given out. Oh, that's not what Malahide want. Condren was on the back foot. Couldn't quite make the distance there. Probably, it was a line ball, but she's the very valuable wicket that Pembroke needed. And what a way to go. She was looking in great touch. And she'd be very disappointed there. It was... Maybe in hindsight, you should have said no, but because she was on the back foot when she struck that and when she was called through. So it was always going to be a bit dicey. But anyway, from a Pembroke point of view, they are delighted. There's 5 down now. A very, very dangerous batter from Malahide has now left the ground.
Well,
yeah.
He attempted to swipe out to the leg, but you can see how quickly Kavanagh is up onto that. And Waldron, well, she positioned herself right in the right place. Wicketkeeper to wicketkeeper.
And I must mention that about Mary. Yeah, she just got herself in the exact right spot. Was able to take that cleanly and get it onto the stumps. That's just...
It never runs the full distance. Kavanagh just off the side of your screen, but look at that throw. One bounce, plenty of time. The bat not even put down, let alone run in. And she was well short of her ground. And that was a shame. Shame for Malahide, but delight for Pembroke.
Yeah, she was looking good.
Well, that's brought E. McMurray to the crease. Coming in at number 7. 5 wickets down now for 121, and we're in the 23rd over. Well, that's the 23rd over. Over. 121 for 5. Maiden there for Waldron. Wicket maiden.
No. Run out.
Team wicket maiden.
Team wicket maiden, yeah. But yes, that's this has been a great start from Pembroke's point of view. From drinks, 2 down in the space of 3 overs.
If you think during the 19th over, Malahide were 106 for 2. They're now 121 for 5, just 4 overs later. And really have been architects of their own downfall.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now we've got 17 overs to go. These two need to just start building that partnership again like their first 2 openers did.
Well, that's a nice shot out on the leg side by McMurray. That will get her off the mark, off first ball faced. And as James said, sometimes that's the first thing you think of. My first thing to think of is not to get out to the first ball.
I know, it's all
after that,
small little victories.
After that, it's all gravy.
Yeah.
This one goes down the leg side, and of course in the Pilkington Plate, which is played with 1-day wides. Better ball from Bell.
It's played straight back to Bell. A good opportunity for these 2 batters to build.
Yeah, they play so often. They play 20 over cricket. One wonders how often the middle and lower orders of these clubs get a chance to bat, and not just to run up and down for the last 2 overs trying to thrash everything, but actually get a chance to build an innings and to show their cricket shots and and actually face proper bowling.
Well, that's right. It's just anything for having the stamina to enjoy those extra 10 overs that you get to face. Just getting the focus right. Oh, she got onto that, but just not as cleanly as she'd like, but it still won. And again, Van Schieker picks it up, throws that in. You want to be pretty sure when you're taking on a run against her that you're going to get home. She's very good, very sharp.
Oh, onto the back foot, trying to play that away. Just played it into her own pad. Another dot ball for Zoe Bell. 5 bowlers used by Pembroke so far in this innings. Mary Waldron, she's bowled 8 now. She picked up 2 wickets. This is Zoe Bell's 5th over.
Oh, it's just over, hit in the air. There was a full toss, but just hit over Annalyn's head. Unfortunately, if she had been, a good 5 or 10 yards back, she may have got that, but that's just sometimes what happens. Just the batsman gets away with it. Zoe unlucky not to pick up another wicket there. Anyway, after 24th over, 127 for 5. Well balanced, I think.
Well, Malahide has certainly put on a decent total, but there are still 16 overs remaining in this innings, and it's important that they bat as many of them as they can, if not all of them, if only to keep Pembroke in the field for that long. A change of bowling now at the St John's end. Van Schieker Schukla just explaining how her name is spelt to the umpire.
I think this is the right move to bring in a new bowler, just to mix it up. But I wouldn't mind seeing Orla on for 2 overs against 2 fresh batters, just to see what she could do. Whether she can take another couple of quick wickets. Well, but anyway, I suppose that's a good thing about having options as a captain.
It's batsmen 6 and 7 who are out there for Malahide at the moment, so I think your idea has a great deal of merit. But on this occasion, Pembroke deciding to go to their 6th bowler. And this the 25th over.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Van Schieker. I haven't really seen her do any bowling because, she's reasonably new to the club.
Oh, there's been a mix-up in the middle. Waldron picks up, fields cleanly, and not out. She made it back in time.
Oh, just lucky.
Wow,
just lucky Waldron.
wow.
Mary was deep enough there. There's a very, very big misunderstanding there by the batters.
Well, I'd also like to see, I understand what you're saying about Orla bringing her on, but I'd like to see Georgia Beattie coming on at this stage. Oh, my word, that was short pitched.
Well, she slipped, I think.
I hope so.
Well,
she's trying to bowl one that short.
Yeah. No, I'd like to see Georgia Beattie too. I think Georgia Beattie is a good bowler. I think she bowls very good lines. She had a very successful away game this week. I think she picked up 5 wickets. I think she is better than sometimes her stats say. She doesn't always pick up a wicket when she deserves it. So I think, she should be brought on. Hopefully she might be brought on the other end.
And of course, Lainey Martin out there, who on occasion has actually opened the bowling for the first 11.
Yeah, lots of options.
Certainly is a lot of potential in this Pembroke first team. Oh, it's hit back in the air. Just no run there. Orla Prendergast doing the fielding.
It's funny on this angle that we're sitting. That, to me, almost looked like it was
Caught and bowled.
Caught and bowled opportunity. It was obviously wider than that, but...
Well, this one is fired well down the leg side.
And that's
in fact, kudos to the wicketkeeper for getting across. Super dive. Look how wide she is there. A whole pitch across and making sure that there weren't any additional runs taken. Just a wide.
It's a Premier League goalie save there, wasn't it? Oh.
Much better delivery in
Yeah.
reply.
Very safe hands there by Shauna Kavanagh. Well, she's really earning her money today.
Oh, another one short and wide.
Yeah, just dragged that down.
Again, another one who I think is holding onto the ball too tightly.
Yes.
This is something that I was taught a couple of years ago by Amanda, and it works.
Yeah, no, she's just...
Another wide added to the total. She just seems a bit tight.
yeah, whether it's nerves or just...
Or the wind, or it could be anything.
Could be anything. Anyway, again, more runs on for Malahide for free.
Oh, it's in the air. Oh,
She put it down, unfortunately. There.
Her forward momentum meant she lost control of the ball. It was a shame it was in there, but it had missed her hands and got caught up in her arms, and she couldn't quite hang on to it. And unfortunate, but then again, it wasn't really the delivery to be a wicket-taking delivery, was it?
Well, that would have fallen into the basket of bad ball gets a wicket. Anyway, an opportunity missed there by Pembroke, and it's a life for Malahide. Is there 132 for 5 of 25?
Well, going along at just over 5 1/4. Let James read out what the actual run rate is off the screen.
It's currently 5.28.
I wasn't far off.
No, very cool. Close. Continuing with Zoe Bell now. Oh,
I tend to be more of the, I suppose, post-Brexit, pre-Jacob Rees-Mogg fractions. This one's too short. Played away on the leg side. You should go. Oh, it's been called a no ball. But yes, my answer to that run rate thing would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5
5 and 7/25. So that to me was close enough.
just not
Really pulled away on the leg
Yeah.
side, beats the fielder in the ring, it beats the boundary rider as well, it beats the rope, it's heading out to the advertising hoardings, and it stops there.
Yeah, too short. Just struggling with her line in this over. It's funny.
When it's right, it's very, very right, but when it's wrong...
There are days where I think short, sharp spells really come into their own, and I think today for Pembroke is probably one of those. Some of their bowlers have been struggling to get consistent line and length, so, in my opinion, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just give them 2 or 3 overs, 4 max, and change. I know there's an argument to say, well, look, if they find their rhythm. If they find the rhythm, fine, but if they're not, just keep rotating it, and
Yep.
at least it makes it difficult for the batsman to settle.
Absolutely. Anything that makes it more difficult for a batsman has got to be good. Nice shot punched out on the offside, but it's straight to Waller Prendergast. It's a dot ball. And Zoe Bell, well, there's been 1 no ball and 1 boundary, but she's just about to finish up the 26th over.
That's a better ball. That's a lovely, lovely delivery. So she finishes strong. 137 for 5. Again, 5 and over.
Well, Bell is filling a good role in this attack. She's very quickly become one of the regular frontline bowlers for Pembroke. 38 for 1 from her 6, going at 6 1/3 and over.
6.333 recurring. Yeah, look, her bowling is actually, towards the end there, was a lot better than what those figures suggest. She had I think her first over was expensive, but then she's pulled it back, so that was a good fight back there by Zoe.
We have to be careful about what we're saying about Zoe at the moment. I see her parents sat at the bench next to us. Nikki Bell obviously listening in. We have to be very careful.
Yeah, got the evil eye by Johnny there.
Yeah. Nikki Bell now tuning in to you. Watch the viewer figures go up as Nikki Bell tunes in to see what we said.
I don't care what you said, Craig. I think Nikki's always been a good batter. Yeah. That's a better ball.
Well, that's just dragged out onto the leg side. It will just be a single. I hope.
Yeah, that was, yeah, it was. It was just picked up again down there in deep square by Laney.
And
That was a
welcome to our new viewers.
Yeah.
You can't get away with anything in this club. Very full ball, just punched down the ground. Waldron isn't going to let that go for a single.
Yeah, just in the wide mid-on position. She's very, very fast onto that. Attacking the ball, making sure there's no single going to be taken. Looks like she's...
Norma Prendergast fulfilling the same role on the offside.
Van Schiek's a bit better over this time around. She seems to be a bit more relaxed, getting that ball to come out of the hand a bit easier this time around. Except for that one.
Well, you've got the curse well and truly working today, James.
Maybe it's part of the cunning plan to lull them in a false sense of security, and I get that in-swinging Yorker. Bang.
Well, this one's a bit short. It's played away. Might have been a signal to wide if she'd not gone after it, but she did. Played it out to Zoe Bell.
Very safe hands with Zoe and no run.
Zoe, who's an absolutely great player.
Learned everything from a mother and a dad.
Well, that one slips a little bit too wide outside off stump.
Yeah, I just think maybe now, if I was the captain of Pembroke, I'd be saying, okay, time for another bowling change. Bring Georgia Beattie on, or maybe even all at Prendergast, or both. One from each end. I mean, she's still got a lot of overs from Kim Lee. Mary Waldron's got overs, like you say, Laney Martin. I think Laney, has she got a shoulder injury or something? I'm not quite sure. I heard a rumour about something like that anyway. Maybe I dreamt it.
It's in the air, played out in the offside, but it bounces well in front of Hannah Little. Just a dot ball, and that's the end of the over. 140 for 5. And I'd give you a run rate, but divided by 27 is not my forte. James?
Well, they've dragged it down a little bit. It's 5.19. So we're going down in fractions of percentages. Yeah, work that one out yourselves.
Change of bowling now at the nursery end. The SMC end, we'll see Kim Lee McDonald coming on. She last bowled the 14th over. Still has 5 overs available to her.
How you work it? They're the bowling figures.
Well, Mary Waldron, the pick of them, 2 for 28. All the Prendergast picking at that 1 wicket towards the end of a spell, but quite economical. And Zoe Bell is the other wicket taker. Well, that's cut away on the offside. There is a boundary rider out there. They will take the single. Won't look for any more than that.
Again, just a bit too short in her length there. Line wasn't bad. Halloran looks like she's got lots of power. When she does middle it, it stays very hit. She just can't sort of break the field at the moment. Oh, that's a good ball.
Well, those are the shots I like. She plays with a very straight bat as well. When it's on the stumps, she's done very well so far.
No, she's been very watchful. Hasn't panicked. Just making sure she's staying there. She's faced 33 balls for her 8. But one gets the feeling that she can fire up quite nicely when she gets the opportunity. Again, just didn't quite get onto that and found the fielder. Yeah, sort of deep mid-on. No run. Plays that one straight back to the bowler. So not quite getting the timing right at the moment. Looks like a bat jarred in her hand. Just shaking off the vibrations there.
So just to confirm that tomorrow's game, the men's first playing Phoenix here in Pembroke in a championship game. Pembroke will be looking to extend their lead at the top of that championship.
Yeah, that promises to be a good game to watch.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could come down here and watch it, or perhaps even commentate on it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're required elsewhere.
Graham, Craig, James, Charlie,
Prashanth,
all required by the fifths. So a perfect opportunity if somebody wants to come down and pick up the mic and give it a go.
Yeah, good single there by O'Halloran. Just realised that the field was quite deep. It's got enough on it and was able to scoot through for a single and retained a strike. So, after 28, it's 142 for 5. Good over there by Kimberly McDonald. Very tight, only 2 from it.
Well, these two putting together a bit of a partnership for Malahide. They lost a couple of wickets quickly after drinks. They were 3 down. They're now 5 down. But these two have been together. This will be their 7th over.
19 they put on.
Benshika.
Yeah, I think this is a mistake. I think Benshika probably needs to be rested for a bit. That's not her day at the moment. Now, fair play to give her a go, absolutely, but I think
The big sigh said more than anything else there, James.
I think, yeah, I just think there's, with so many bowling options, I think it's sometimes you just say, well, look, thanks very much. Give you a rest for a bit. Bring someone else on and maybe bring you on in a few overs' time. That's a good ball, though.
Well, they're going for the leg bye. This should go down to the bowler's end. The bowler is there.
And, ooh. Mary didn't quite pick the
end it was going to be thrown to.
Yes.
Well,
anyway, no damage apart from that run.
One onto the score. 150 now, rapidly approaching for Malahide. They've done well to get here. Very workmanlike performance by Malahide. Now, one does have to say that Pembroke have swelled that total up to 146 with the concession of a number of extras.
Yeah, it has been very expensive. They've given basically Malahide an extra batter. And she didn't get anything really onto that, just bottom edge into the ground, struggling with the timing, but because the field is so deep, able to scamper through for a single. It's a good shot there, just didn't quite time it as well as she'd like, but she'll pick up 2. She just cracks it on through the offside, through the covers, and splits the field. It's a nice, actually, sounding shot. She moves into double figures now. O'Halloran, 11 off 39. So she's starting to find a bit of touch, a bit of form. Oh, well played, well defended. Been very watchful there, just keeping the balls out that need to be kept out, and just looking for those loose balls.
Well, there used to be a saying that every party had a pooper. I don't want to worry anybody, but those clouds over to the west now looking a bit more threatening. There was a threat of rain at around 4 o'clock today. Maybe it's going to get here, well, just a little bit earlier. 3 o'clock now.
And at the end of the over, 149 for 5. Brings that run rate 5.14.
Your maths is very good, James.
Oh, genius at the moment today. Again, I'd like to see probably a change in that end now.
Well, just to drag you away from this game for a moment, we'll give you a quick roundup of what's going on around the grounds. At this ground, well, Nikki Bell still looking at her phone, still watching, still making comments. Down in the Mardyke, well, Cork County are chasing 89 for victory against North Kildare, and they're currently 23 for 3. That will make for an interesting, if albeit low-scoring game. Nice delivery by Kim Lee, and well kept out. Over in Inch, North County, well, North County require 109 in the championship to beat Terranure, and currently are 10 for 1. Down in the Phoenix Park, Rush Firsts are playing civil service, and at the moment they're 245 for 5. And then we're into the second 11 Premier League at Park Avenue, across the road. Merion are 138 for 3 off 36 overs. In Division 4, Wexford Wanderers are 120 for 9 in the Hills. Clontarf Thirds are 114 for 8 against Adamstown Firsts.
Good lunge there for the ball. Just out of reach.
Rathlone First, 91 for 3 in Division 8 in the Phoenix Park against Phoenix Fourths. In this competition, the Hills women are in Castle Avenue, and they are 168 for 5 off 27 overs. And here, Malahide now have reached and passed the 150 mark.
Oh, nice strike there out into the offside. This gets past Mary, but was well backed up there by Zoe Bell. Great bit of work.
The figure I was looking for, James. And that's why I've logged on to Cricket Leinster's marvellous live scoring page. Well, it's in the air.
Just the top
it could
edge.
have gone anywhere. It's top edged. I think it would have been a no ball had it been caught, but it's gone for 4, classed as a
Legitimate delivery.
legitimate delivery. Well,
There was a player out there on the 45, sort of a deep gully. Unfortunately, it just got split between the keeper and the deep gully, and just no chance of being caught. But a bit of luck there by Malahide, for Malahide.
well,
But the runs, you take them any way you can. Yeah, called a wide. Just so a bit too much effort put into that ball. Lost the rhythm. Forced it through. Lost a line. Again, another extra.
the All-Ireland Cup final. Leinster are batting first and 158 for 5 after 39 overs against Warringstown. Will that be enough out there in the lawn? Nice shot.
Good shot, but Zoe
Running
Bell
on the shot.
Oh,
She's out.
Oh, what a piece of work there by Zoe Bell.
I said it at the time, she ran on the shot. All that work, all those hours her mother spent with her in the back garden, making her fetch things up and down the stairs, are paying off now as Zoe Bell picks that one up and with a direct hit throws down the stumps. And it's McMurray who has to depart. She goes for 12, and the sixth wicket falls with the score on 157. Good partnership of 36 there between those two.
That's an excellent piece of work.
Just outside the reach of all the Prendergast on that occasion.
It was
Well out of everybody's reach
Yeah.
on that occasion. And then here we go. Just played away. Well, it was stopped. It was thrown.
Oh,
and,
what a throw.
well, she was short of her ground, put her bat down, but it wasn't in the right place. And a super run out by Zoe Bell. Must be great to have such great genetics and Great DNA to be able to field that well, full of another wicket.
It was like watching Johnny and Nicky in their prime. And a new batter, just waiting for the name to come up to face the last ball of the over, potentially. And it's just defended for no run. So that's the end of the over. 157 for 6 off 30. Much needed breakthrough there by Pembroke. Some great fielding, as we've just commented for the last few minutes.
Second run out of this Malahide innings. The other one, of course, Sarah Condren. She went for 18. She looked very well while she was at the middle. Beth Deacon did a super job of anchoring the top of the innings, and it's certainly been a big help. But you'll notice there the number of extras.
45, way too expensive.
I can tell you here and now that there have been 2 no balls and 2 leg byes and no byes. You can draw your own conclusions and do your own maths on that one.
Yeah, well, you know, with looking at that scorecard, Pembroke have actually given Malahide 2 extra batters with 45 extras, you know.
45 extras, and 40 of them are wides, and that's nearly 7 extra overs. 7 extra overs out of 30.
Anyway, change of, same bowler.
Raps are on the pad, no appeal. Just Mary Waldron asking politely. Gets no response from the umpire, unsurprisingly. Oh, Niall, that looks like one of yours.
Yeah. Niall's gone for a jog. Yeah, it's a good take there. Still in good form.
Could still do a job. Oh, wow.
That's a good ball.
How did that not take the off stick? I didn't see that from the straight on camera. It's probably very wide, but from where we were,
Yeah, it was a big swipe.
good start.
Well, you could say she dug out, it's a great dig out of the Yorker, but that would be probably a bit generous. But anyway, Mitchell yet to get off the mark.
You can see how strong the breeze is.
Oh, got through everything just between leg stump or the pad and leg stump there.
If you look at that SMC print and design banner at the top of your screen, that will give you some idea of how breezy our camera is finding this today. This is lifted out the offside. Zoe Bell takes the catch, and what a marvellous pair of hands she has. We can show it to you on replay if you missed it.
Wow. And Mitchell forks for a duck. Unfortunate for her, but just lifted that ball up straight to Zoe Bell, who made no mistake. Had to do a bit of running around in the field just there to get in position, but she did well and in the safe hands, and she's involved in another dismissal.
Well, that was a very fine catch by Bell. It was by no means a certainty. It was short and outside off, a good swipe at it. It went out, and then you can see the bowler's delight at seeing the catch taken. Just lifted out onto the offside. It's off to her side. She kept her eyes on it, her arms extended, and she made it look very simple. And that's a good catch from Zoe Bell. And that is the 7th wicket down now. And the score, 157.
For 7 off in the 31st over. So, number 9 batsman comes out now. Another sister or relative of the previous the Valley. Let's see if we can just get these scorecard up. So,
Excellent top work, James.
yeah. So Tegan is I'm assuming, the sister of Gemma. We'll bring you back to live coverage now.
Well, that's a good ball. Umpire shakes his head very quickly on that, says it's going down leg.
Van Schik will be delighted. She's picked up a wicket.
Served for a few of the balls before.
Well, that's the funny thing about cricket. Sometimes you can bowl balls that don't deserve a wicket at all, and yet they still pick up.
Just a little inside edge there, I think.
Good running.
She's off the mark. So after 31, it's now 158 for 7.
Well, that's 2 wickets falling on 157, and you only have to look back. Well, it was 2 overs before drinks, 105 for 2, Malahide were, and now they find themselves 157 for 7. Well, we often see this happen during the week when we watch the women's games, that so often that we do see these collapses from a middle and lower order. New batsman, well, Diwali, she's out there. And she's come in at number 9. She is off the mark.
But again, like we said, it's a good opportunity now. She faced probably a few more overs than she's normally gets to face.
This one going down outside off. Well taken by Kavanagh, doing a tidy job behind the sticks, carrying on the family tradition. Charlie, of course, used to keep in Pembroke back in the 70s. When the Prussians invaded Paris in 1872. No,
Yeah, maybe not quite.
not quite that long ago. But Charlie did play over 600 games at first 11 level.
Wow.
Absolute amazement. Most appearances, most dismissals. He held all sorts of records, and some would say he was unlucky not to get the representative honours that evaded him. But he was behind some very good keepers around at the time.
Still is a very good keeper.
I didn't even notice he'd gone. Kim Lee now. Well, she's finding that groove outside the off stick. I wish she'd stop looking back at the umpire to see if he's going to signal a wide.
Yeah, it's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
Oh, don't ever do that. If you're
Just
young.
look surprised when they do give it. It's like, why?
Yep.
But I was just thinking, 158 now.
What, Charlie?
Even if they just only conceded 15 runs instead of 45, that big difference would have been 128 versus 158. I wonder if that's going to come back and haunt them later on. Haunt Pembroke, I should say. It's been exceptionally, well, I was going to say bad bowling at times, but I suppose that's what it is.
It is what it is. And nobody's throwing it down wide that deliberately.
Oh,
Well, this one's a bit high. Well round by Kavanagh, takes it cleanly. It's signalled just as a wide. Obviously coming down enough not to count as a no ball.
Again, the control's just not there, so I think that's a feature that needs to be worked on. Obviously, you know, don't want to state the obvious, but you can have all the batting and bowling drills you like, but you need to work on those bowling drills even a bit more. Just gets edged and splits the field there.
Leslie Ringer will pick that up. She's left-handed. They thought about taking another. And very sensibly chose not to.
I'd still like to see probably Georgia Beattie or Orla Prendergast come on next for the next over.
That one just beating the edge of the bat. That's the end of the over. The score's moved on to 160 for 7. Kim Lee, of course, just 2 overs left. She's bowled 6 now, 0 for 35. That's possibly her best over, just the 2 runs coming from that.
It was actually a good improvement.
Oh, do you see who's on the ground for the first time?
I'm your father, Luke. Wow.
Well, Luke Belburney makes his maiden visit to Pembroke. A very proud daddy. Pushing, of course he could be pushing an empty pram for all I know.
Yeah.
But
I suspect not.
Perhaps he's getting some practice in. I suspect
Yeah.
Mum's trying to get a rest, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'd say Kate is back home and just sleeping.
Was that Kate in the middle there?
No,
You sure?
no, I would really.
I don't know.
It could
Can't
be,
see from
but-
here.
But certainly, you'd think she'd be looking to rest. Tough times. This one outside off.
Lucky.
Umpire lets it through. So yes, very proud grandparents, Candy and Ashley Balburney, seem to be over there anyway. And they're all whispering as they walk around because you don't want to wake the baby. But great to see him. Many congratulations to Andrew and to Kate on the arrival of Luke Balburney. And while we're doing the good news, I've heard that Mary Sharp is now back at home.
That is good news.
And also out from recuperation, Robbie Brophy.
Yeah.
Great to hear that those two are back in their own places.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Good news about Mary, for sure. Just getting back to the game slightly here, I think... Oh, it's actually not a bad shot there. Just full ball, drifted down leg. Probably would have been a wide, but the batsman was able to get something on that and work it around. Oh, it is given a wide. Oh, okay. I thought she might have got something on that, the way she followed the ball around. And
No,
yeah.
If you watch this umpire, if something happens that he's going to signal, his hand just comes out a little bit, or his right arm comes out there.
Free signal. Oh, that's not... Oh, it could be a run-out opportunity there, but no, sent back. Quite wisely so.
Well, I don't think it mattered whether they ran or not there. They were going to be safe.
Yeah.
But they had to commit to one or t'other.
Yeah, but I guess in doubt, send back. But I think...
They did the right thing.
Yeah. Still quite a few overs to get through, so you don't want to do anything dangerous at this stage. Another ball played off just down to gully. Fielded without conceding the run. That's a dot ball. We are getting a mixture of weather here, aren't we? We're back to having sort of overcast weather now. The sun's been hidden behind dark clouds.
That's going to be
It's
a
gonna
wide
be
ball.
wide again.
When she tries to push it through, she
Yeah.
drags it down.
Yeah, I mean, you see that she tried to put a bit of extra pace onto that, and it just didn't work at all. Just dragged it down, like Craig said. There's a lesson there. Line and length every time over speed. Oh, it's a top edge. It's going to fall safe, though. Just went down to sort of square leg position, and square leg was quite deep. So they came through for one. Anyway, that puts Devley onto 3. So 166 for 7 off 33. Will we have a change of bowling?
Zoe Bell.
No, Zoe Bell's still bowling.
I thought she was bowled out. I may be wrong. She maybe has one left. Wouldn't be surprised. And as Amanda would tell you, it wouldn't be the first time I'd been wrong. 2 to go for Zoe.
Yep.
Well, many congratulations, Andy.
Yeah, congratulations.
And I hope Mother is fast asleep.
Trying to introduce you to it as early as possible.
Just behind her.
Many, many congratulations, Kate.
Taking the baby for a spin.
Johnny.
Oh, just good line there. Just played away on the offside to point, no run. Wow,
Just
that makes a different.
Leaves the happy family with their congratulations. We'll turn Dougal down for a minute.
Oh,
Let's play
yes,
round the corner.
yes.
It's a super catch.
What a catch! So he picks up another wicket there. Van Schicke, what's that on? Basically, backward backward square, backward point, yeah, backward square. Just takes a beautiful catch there, just lifted the ball around the corner into her hands, and another wicket falls. Malahide now 166 for 8.
In danger of not using all the overs.
They are indeed. Probably tried to keep that one on the ground maybe and just went through the shot too quick and lifted up. There you go. So you just got yourself cramped up a bit.
Came off the side edge the end.
Yeah.
In the end, going round the corner, cramped up. You're exactly right. No room to swing at it. No power in the shot.
And that's a very safe pair of hands. No mistake made there. Great breakthrough from Pembroke's point of view. Disappointing from Malahide's point of view. They've really got to work hard now. If they really need to bat these overs out, take whatever runs they can get. With the bowling that's been on offer, there'll be quite a few extras to go into that total if they bat their full 40 overs. So,
well, even if they batted at 5 and over from here on in, which is about where they are now.
yeah,
Yeah, they're getting up to 190.
Yeah, they
good
can-
total to set.
absolutely. And if they can get past that 200, ooh, again across the line ball.
So there are possibilities. This could either go very well for Pembroke or very well for Malahide.
Oh, it's a good line from Zoe.
Well,
Gets a nice drift there and it straightens up onto the middle stump, basically, a line she's bowling. You miss, I hit. Oh, a bit short that time. Oh,
cut
it's an
away.
edge.
Comes down to third. Georgia Beattie does the fielding there.
Anyway, she's off the mark. That's more. Not quite sure of her first name, but a valuable run for her and for her team. Oh, that's
Well,
lovely.
Good work from Kavanagh. Looking for the stumping. Very quick hands. Well,
Zoe's bowling very well at the moment. It's
167 for 8. And now the change of bowling James was looking for earlier.
So Georgia Beattie is going to get the opportunity to turn her arm over for a few. I think she'll probably get 1 or 2, depending on her result, and then they'll probably bring all her back on. I do like the way that Mary's actually giving a lot of the youngsters a good crack, giving them an opportunity to make a contribution.
She's very inclusive. Always brings new players into the fold. Always makes them feel valuable, valued.
Oh, no, absolutely.
No, it's great to hear her early on saying that she had only retired from representative cricket. Could never retire from Pembroke, I think were her words. That's a nice shot. They'll get through for a single. But more importantly, Moore will get down to the non-strikers end. And Harron, well, she's only scored 11 from 44. But she came in at number 6 and has seen 7, 8 and 9 all disappear, come and go. That's well bowled. Umpire
Oh.
says no.
Shout, good shout behind the stumps. That must have been close. Didn't quite see that one on the screen here. I was just watching it live. But again, audio asking questions. Oh, yeah. Ooh, it's pretty unlucky. Anyway, just enough doubt to save the batter. Yeah, just...
No, I don't mind that wide. That wide was because of movement.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think that's a problem. That's just trying something a bit different ball or different. Already she's making an impact. Lovely line she bowls there. It's a very good off stump line, that one. Just gets it moving a bit.
And that's why it was dragged across to Waldron on the leg side. Just a dot ball. Well, this is a good over from Georgia Beattie.
Oh, it's good fielding there by Zoe, as you'd expect. She's had a great day thus far. I think there's a lesson here. I think in future games, don't know how many are left, but I'd bring Georgia on probably as an earlier change.
Well, it's certainly something that captains are going to have to start considering.
Well, you know, she's bowled well here for her opening over thus far. Only conceded one extra and one run off the bat. Oh, it's a good flight. Oh, there you go. Can she get it? No, it's just so tantalising.
Horrible. That was so close. Not quite working out for her on this occasion. Just making it over. She just didn't know which way to turn.
No, it was just that. I mean, look, you know, hey, they'd only conceded one, but that could have so easily have been taken as a catch. But already Georgia's made her mark. Brought that run rate down a little bit more. Now it's 4.86.
Well, Pembroke are going to be looking to keep Malahide below 200. That's the aim here.
Yep.
I mean, the aim should have been to keep them under 150, but with the number of extras that have been conceded, the number of extra deliveries that have been provided, they've managed to get up to 170 now. And it will be interesting to see how Pembroke attack that chase as well.
Yeah, I think this is the right move to keep Zoe on. She's been very effective.
And this is her last over, and
bold.
she takes the wicket.
There you go.
That's her third. She turned to off spin quite early,
Wow, that's a
but that's the ninth
Right.
wicket to fall. 170 on the board.
totally bamboozled the batter there. Good length. Didn't know what to do, go forward or go back.
And, and finally a member of the Bell family who can turn it. Well, she's having a good day so far. 3 wickets with the ball, plus a catch.
And a run out.
Lads, let me finish. Yes, really. You've never heard of dramatic pauses. I was going to go with not to mention the one stump to aim at run out. And she really is having a super match so far. Certainly in contention for player of the match honours at the moment.
Absolutely. Oh, look at this.
Oh, that one's pitched up. It just takes the edge of the bat, runs away. Georgia Beattie it is, who chases it down. They're going for 2. Well, I don't think there should have been 2 there, but they got them, and every run will matter now.
It's encouraging for Zoe, though. It's, yeah, she's not hitting the ball cleanly. So if she bowls a good line, oh, yeah, it popped up. Oh, almost caught and bowled. One would think now that, you can almost sniff another wicket in this over.
Well, again, Kavanagh just whipping the bails off. The spell comes to the end of her spell.
One more to go, yeah.
1 ball to go. 3 wickets, 41 runs.
Very impressive, actually, especially in the last half of her spell. She's been incredibly frugal with her runs. One's conceded.
And she takes the wicket, the 4th one for Zoe Bell, the 10th one for Pembroke. Malahide all out in the 36 over for 172. 172 all out in 36 overs. So that means Pembroke will be chasing 173 for victory. They'll be quite happy with the way things turned out there. Malahide were 114 for 3 at drinks at 20 overs, but they're all out for 172. The last 7 wickets falling for 58 runs. Good performance from Pembroke in the field, but the main star of the ball, well, she's on. Her name is on your screen now, and now it's not.
No, that won't be.
There is the Malahide card. James, do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, I'll just sort of give you the card first. So some good starts there, especially at the top. Some good partnerships. 40 for the first wicket and another 43 put on for the second wicket. And then it sort of got, there's some stops and starts and a couple of cheap wickets given. But Pembroke fought back quite well at the end, especially with some good run-outs and some good wickets taken. But Beth Deacon there, who did a great job as the backbone of the innings there for a while, scored 33. Sarah Condren, wow, she looked like she was going to be absolutely devastating, and it was she was run out there by Mary Waldron, and that was actually, I think, one of the turning points in the game from a Malahide point of view. If she had stayed in, who knows what this score would be looking like now. She looked very dangerous, but it's a good fight back there by Pembroke. Excuse me. The worrying thing there is extras at 52.
Do you want to give us the bowling figures there?
So just switch now to the bowling figures, and I think,
Well,
let's have a look at these.
the Pembroke bowlers, they used 7 bowlers, but the star undoubtedly 4 for 41 from her 8 overs, Zoe Bell, and she was going at less than a run a ball. Did a super job in the middle of the innings and tidied up the tail as well. Well, the other bowlers to take wickets, Mary Waldron, she took 2 for 28 and was very economical with it. The Malahide bats just unsure how to play Waldron. And then the other wicket takers were Shukla, 1 for 21 from her 5, and Orla Prendergast just picking up that 1 wicket towards the end of her opening spell. She still had 4 overs to go. She certainly wasn't going to bowl her full spell, and there was a big advantage there for Malahide with those 52 extras out of their total of 172. So 120 coming off the bat, and the final total 172. Pembroke will be looking for 173, and we'll just show you the final wicket to fall. Just doing enough, coming back enough just to clip that off stick.
Yeah, it was a lovely ball.
Just taking the bail off that surgically. And that wrapped up the innings, and that meant Malahide were all out for 172 with still 4 overs to go of their allocated 40. Well, the ground staff are doing their thing in the middle. The players have gone off, I don't know, bite to eat, quick drink of water, whatever. But they'll be back in a while, and when they do, myself and James will be back too. But for the moment, we'd like to say thank you for tuning in, and we'll leave you with Niall and his wonderful orchestra. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
J. Bell. He's the editor. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh, we have 13 waiting for us.
Well, welcome back to Sydney Parade. That's the end of the tea interval. Well, the story of the first half. Let's give that to you in very brief synopsis. Well, the briefest synopsis would be that Malahide made 172 all out in 36 overs. Well, it's when you start to dig behind those figures. Top scorer for Malahide was Extras with 52, 48 of which were wides. And next top scorer after that scored 33. For the Pembroke viewers and watchers and name droppers, pick of the bowling today was Zoe Bell. In fact, pick of the fielding side was Zoe Bell. She took 4 for 41 from her 8 overs. And she was also responsible for a fabulous run-out, direct hit. And she also took a catch. There were 2 run-outs in the Malahide innings. And although there are a few decent stands, the best one was for the second wicket of 43. They were 105 for 2. They were 172 all out. That will tell its own story. And now for this second innings, it will be Mary Waldron and Vanshika Shukla opening the batting for Pembroke. And as per your screen at the moment, opening the bowling will be Dot.
It's a good pre-Second World War name, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, the first ball to be bowled.
In swinging, good length, nice and full, Dot ball.
Yeah, that was a good ball to start with. Only thing to do there is defend.
Condren it is that's opening the bowling from the St John's end. Malahide resplendent in their dark strides and canary yellow tops.
Good strike there. No run, but just play to the covers.
Now Pembroke will realise that they do have 40 overs in which to chase this total of 173. Under 4.5 and over, they should be confident of chasing this down. Wide ball.
First run onto the board. Condren, I actually thought personally was the most impressive batsman for Malahide.
She certainly went after the bowling.
Yeah, unfortunately was run out from a Malahide point of view.
That was the Bell run out, I think.
Yeah, I think so. No, that was Kavanagh Waldron.
The wicket keeper's run out.
Yep.
Wicket keeper in the field to wicket keeper with the gloves. Runner short of their ground. Well, that's a nice shot through the offside by Mary Waldron. It will be picked up by the boundary rider. It will just be a single, but it showed some intent.
Oh, it's a very nice shot, yeah. So that off the meat of the bat. Rotates the strike. Always good to get off the mark. Wind has picked up a little bit here today. Again, we seem to have highs and lows in wind intensity. There's a lot of blue sky. It's a very bright ground at the moment. Just
Lovely afternoon to
Yeah.
be down in Pembroke. This one's in the air, just played round till the point filled up. It was at a feet. No danger of a catch. And a run and off the mark for Van Schukela. Pembroke move on to 3. You can see the strength of the wind from the Pembroke flag on your screen.
Actually, it was a good shot that. The wall was quite wide and she just opened up her hands a little bit, opened up the face of the bat. Knew the field was reasonably deep. Oh, there's a
Full
good
toss and played, but beautifully fielded at cover.
Yeah.
That wasn't getting past her. Just down with her hands. Super stop. Now, what we'll have to do is try and work out the numbers that people are wearing. So we can say that Condren is number 77.
Yeah.
Full again, played out in the offside, through the gap in the ring, but the boundary rider is there for a reason, there to save 3 runs. They do get through for the single, and there won't be any overthrows. And that completes the over, and just the 4 runs coming from it, 3 off the bat.
Yeah, good start there by Pembroke.
Steady.
Steady. Don't need to do anything pretty much apart from that. Just they'll pick up the odd boundary as things go on, as the innings progresses.
You get the feeling that if Malahide are to win this game, they're going to have to bowl Pembroke out.
Oh, no, absolutely. And they need to get some of these wickets very, very early on to create pressure on the batters coming through. But, you know, it's cricket gods are funny.
Leading hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Malahide had a great couple of partnerships at the start of their innings. So if Pembroke can replicate that, it'll keep things nicely balanced.
Well, I think there will be a partnership at some stage. It'll be interesting to see what the Pembroke order is. The addition of Orla Prendergast, well, if she'd been in that cup final team, would it have been a different result? Probably not, but it would have been interesting. But all are unavailable for that cup final. But back today. Well, this one's got beaten everybody on length. The keeper came up too early and never had a chance of getting back down to it. It runs through the keeper and it's signalled as 4.
Yeah, off the bat.
Well, perhaps that's what kept it low. The keeper had started to rise and O'Halloran's delivery, well, must have just caught the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, it's funny, I didn't hear a noise. But anyway, 4 valuable runs to Pembroke, and that's well bowled. Straight in the block hole there. Good reply.
Well,
Interesting fielding they've got here. They've got someone on sort of deep backward point on the boundary on the offside here. I just wonder if that person should be actually up on the ring or even in the ring. Because if they're looking for the miss hit, okay, well, you know, who knows where that's going to go. But if they think Mary's going to run that ball off the face of the bat on the 45 angle, well, why wouldn't you just try and cut off a single? Well, I don't know. It's a strange position in my book.
it's the same fielder on both sides. They do have a ring of 3 fielders inside the ring, all in a good tight straight line. They have a person fielding here in front of us at third, and then, as you say, extra cover boundary is covered. But there is a big gap between the 2 boundary riders.
This bowler's bowling quite a good length for the last couple of balls here. It's been difficult for the batter Mary Walden to get any sort of space. He's defending well, having a good look. Oh, that's a nice shot. Splits the field. Just out in the covers. There's someone in the deep there, and they pick up the ball and just concedes only a single. So, after 2, it's 9 for 0. Loss of no wicket. Steady start. Mary Waldron moves on to 7 off 11, and Van Schieker is 1 off 1. Condon to continue, of course. Condren to continue. This strong wind is, I wonder how much influence that's having on the ball at the moment.
Well, it's
Blowing across the ground from left to right.
for those of you who know your Sydney parades, it's blowing from the Wheelfield Road gate down to the car park, and that sort of angle across the ground. And yet the clouds seem to be going more left to right.
Yeah.
Railway to Park Avenue. Niall out there says he's burning to a crisp. We're sat underneath the gazebo. And
Get rugged up.
Yeah. Hoodies and coats being worn. It's the price we have to pay for vigilance against the rain. Short.
Yeah. Well, Van Schieker could be kicking herself that she didn't get that one away. Just the bottom edge into the ground, no run.
What I do like is she then didn't play the shot she should have played 3 times as if she had played that shot and missed it. But she got down and was ready for the next ball.
Yeah.
It just shows that she's consigned that one already to the back of her memory. This
Ooh.
time it's up in the air, out at point. There's a half call, and a direct
Ooh.
hit would have had her in trouble there. Both bats nearly meeting in the middle. Pembroke, well, they don't need any silly wickets now. I mean, obviously, if it's a great ball or a super catch, there's little you can do about that. But how many times do batsmen come in and say, well, that bowler got me out? We're always annoyed when we come back in from batting. We all know we should have done better against that delivery. We never give any credit to the bowler. That's a better length than outside the off, and the attempted drive, well, it wasn't across enough. There's the yes, no, yes, get back, and the ball is there. If it had hit the stump, she was out.
Yeah.
I have to say the quality of Niall's replays have come on no end. Now he can play with the speed and direction and stuff.
That's made such a difference, hasn't it?
It'll be like watching an old Benny Hill. Everyone.
Oh, that's a good length.
Scooting around. Stop go.
That's a good
Photography or something.
Nice in-swinging Yorker there by Condren. Did well to keep it out.
This has been a good over for her, apart from that first single. 4 dots, and now she'll be looking to close out this over without any further damage. And that's well played as well. Each ball on its merits, exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, good over there by Condren for her team. Just conceded the 1. So after 3, it's 10 for the loss of none.
Well, at this stage, Malahide 26 for 1 after 3 overs. But
Yep.
I'd have to say that's more the result of wayward Pembroke bowling than of actual Malahide aggression.
Oh, absolutely. Some of the overs in the openings, in the opening of the Pembroke bowling innings were, very expensive. Lots of wides given away, conceded there. And it's been very tight here from Malahide. They keep bowling like this, it's going to be harder than it seems to get of the way. However, there are 40 overs and there's some very good batters in the shed. But it's amazing, all batters succumb to a bit of frustration, especially if every ball goes to a fielder or they just can't get the ball away, they can't get the lift because the lines and length are very good. Mary just trying something there, just trying to run it down. But just puts it just out of reach on the offside and no run. She's very experienced though, and so she knows there's no, just needs to build the innings and the partnership here.
Another good ball, well kept out, just on the offside. Dot ball. O'Halloran bowling a good line and length here. 3 dot balls so far in this over.
Yeah, what's interesting to me here is that it's going to be interesting to see how these two work together in the middle because, and I think it'll be okay because Van Schika probably needs to be aware that Mary is looking for the quick single here. The field is deep enough, and some of these balls that she's defended so far, she's just actually got too much pace off, hit off the bat. And I think that they'll be looking for quick singles. So they need to be alert to that as a batting partnership. There's a single there, but it's quite light. Well, sponsorship's turned up. Oh, gee, ouch. Just need the table leg there. Yes, it's alive. I think this is the first ball that... Well, the wind has really picked up here. Our screens are monitored. Oh, she just went through that.
Across the line on that one, and that may not be the type of delivery to do that too, but it seems short enough to pull.
Yeah, I think it was probably the right choice. I just think she took her eye off the ball. Good choice of shot there, but just didn't execute it. But, she's only faced 7 balls. And probably just went through too quickly. Anyway, after 4 overs, it's just 11 for the loss of no wicket. It's good bowling by Malahide.
No problem here yet for Pembroke. They've wickets in the shed and they're building a solid partnership here. I mean, we know that Malahide went off like an absolute train at the start of their innings, and Pembroke will do well to keep up with that. But Pembroke's runs seem to be coming more off the bat.
Well, the other thing about what you said then is that, that was a bit of a explosion at the start, but the last 20 overs that they faced were very much a case of the wickets collapsing, run rate getting under control. So, yeah.
80 runs and 8 wickets in those last 20 overs.
Just need to be solid here.
There is the worm. You can see Pembroke's line looks well below it. But we certainly don't consider that to be a problem at the moment. There's plenty of time in this game.
Full toss there. Just gets through the field.
They'll be looking for a second before the fielder gets to it. And then a good arm sees it back in. They won't take a third. Just 2 there to Waldron, 2 to Pembroke.
That was good actually out. Was it called that deep cover, I suppose? Or anyway, just split the field nicely there and had just enough pace on it to give them 2 runs. Takes a bit of pressure off. It's an interesting start to this bowler's run-up. Reminds me a little bit of all of Pendergrass. There's a little bit of dancing on the one spot there for 1 or 2 steps, and then off they go. If you look at how she starts her run-up.
Sound of some lucky bird.
Back like that. A bit of a workout for the abs and for the calf muscles. Oh,
Open the face, ran it down to third. Fine third.
That was nice soft hands there.
Takes the single.
It's interesting the little quirks that bowlers and batters have. Just to sort of...
We all bring our own style and sometimes personality into our run-ups. Another one just played down to third, learning from her partner. Takes the single. Nice shot. High bat.
Yeah, again, I'm starting to have those feelings, those thoughts about deep field and whether someone should come up and try and plug a gap. Just to,
Well, when you're leaking just one at a time, and what will happen will be, that's a lovely delivery, but what will happen will be is she'll drop one in too short or something, and it will be put away, and that will change the field. And it's not those bad balls you should be setting the field to, it's those 3 good balls that she had to run down to third for a single, but she's still scoring a run every ball.
Well, what I've been noticing about Condren's bowling is the fact that she's very consistent. So she's bowling an off-stick line. So why don't you just bring someone on from the onside
Yeah.
across just to sort of put it in, or if
Just
you know, if
close that door.
Yeah,
Or say, okay, then try and hit me to leg.
just something like that. Asking questions. At the moment, there's just big gaps, and a singles. There you go. So there's another one just popped up. There's no risk there because there's no one there. So even if you do get it in the air, and now they've got 2 runs instead of 1 or none, and if you had someone in that position, there's a chance of a catch.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more there.
Like I just think it's too defensive, and I don't think it's a big enough score. I think you've got to be attacking at least for the first 10 or 20 overs and see how that goes for you.
Well,
And like you say, if it's a bad ball, well, it's a bad ball. Don't worry about that. If it goes for 4, just don't bowl a bad ball again. That's the answer to that.
it's a 6-3 field at the moment.
I just think this fielder here and deep third man should go up on the cut off a single. I think everyone else should take or maybe leave point, but maybe bring in cover by 4 or 5 paces. You've got protection in the deep anyway. Look in the deep cover.
It is a 6-3, 5-4 field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on the offside.
4 on the on.
4 on the low onside are at
Yep, 4 on the onside.
mid on. And what I'd say is a wide mid on.
Yeah,
And then square leg and on the 45.
yeah.
Pretty standard. I think I'd take mid on of those and bring her across. And as you say, plug this gap down to third. By all means, have somebody on the boundary back here, if only for the occasional
See?
buys that get through.
Yeah.
Again, it's played away on the offside around this way.
Because, I mean, I think if you took, like you say, took one of those sort of mid-on style fielders out of there, it encourages them to go across the line, and hopefully you're going to get a top edge, or, you're going to try and play a shot that doesn't necessarily suit the ball that's actually been bowled to them. And you get a chance then.
Well, that's the end of the 6th over. Score has moved on 17 without loss. Waldron, she's 12 from 22. And Shukla is 4 from 14.
15, right. Just an over there in my scores.
So did I, but I got 17.
Yeah.
Took 2 off it. That's how I got to 15.
Something's happening to the
Oh,
screen.
it's just overwritten.
Yeah.
You've got Pembroke is the word there.
Yeah, I know. And then they've got, the other team on top of Malahide. Anyway, we move on now to the 7th over.
As the breeze picks up again.
Oh, it hasn't it ever. Short. Again, just nice, gentle played away on the offside. Picks up the single.
And that's all they need to do at the moment. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Hey, Luke.
No great rush.
Yeah, and I think that's...
That's wind.
Yeah.
When the screen blew around earlier was just when I was about to say, I'd just been thinking, do we have enough weights on the gazebo?
Well, I can see the 4 of us standing on a corner each.
Catching it first.
Hanging off it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Uncharacteristic wide there by Condren. Just forcing it down leg side.
well, I tell you, if we don't get a shower here now, one that forces the players from the pitch.
Big stride forward. No run. I actually think that, just apart from the weather, just been thinking about this field, and Pembroke just seem to be cruising too comfortably at the moment. I think they really need to start putting a bit of pressure on it, because if these two batters get any more settled, then it's going to be incredibly difficult to get them out.
Well, it will only be a few overs, I suspect, until we see the change bowling, and that could be quite important in the context of this game. If the openers can see it through to that stage. Now, it was actually the 7th over of the Malahide innings that they lost their first wicket, and they'd already reached 40 at that stage, and that was their second best partnership of the day. That's nicely played out on the offside, but nicely fielded too. Nice clean pick-up. Returns to the keeper. Keep the batsman honest there. Oh, I think I'll be unpacking the heavy jumper for tomorrow, James, if this weather keeps up.
Yeah.
How's your cocktail? Condren doing a super job for Malahide, but she's now into her 4th over. Just
that's the closest they've come to have an opportunity, I think. That
it just fell in front of her.
I hate to say it, and I don't ever think that I'm right, but I just think sometimes when we talk about bringing a field in 5 or 6 paces, that's my point there. If that fielder had been in 5 paces, then that would have been caught, or a good chance of being caught, would have gone to hand anyway. You've got protection in the deep behind these ring of fielders, so why not bring them in the cut of a single? If it gets past them, then you've got someone who's going to just, save 3 runs anyway.
This one just played back down.
Well back.
Mid-on. Picks it up. Mid-off not required in the backing up department. And it's the end of the over. Our score now has moved on to 20 without loss.
Good spell. I don't know if she's coming back or not, but good spell by Condren there. Just conceding 12 off her 4. Doing everything a team needs to stay in this competition, this innings.
Well, that certainly is the case. As I say, we'll wait and see what happens when the change bowlers come. Peter Prendergast now just completing yet another lap. He's gone with anti-clockwise today, walking up Cyril's way towards the clubhouse and round in that direction. Kitted out in his fleece, but shorts, of course. Well, that one's played round the corner on the leg side. It goes for a single. They get through quite quickly. Mary Waldron timing that perfectly.
Yeah, she's very good at picking a single. Very quick off the mark and commits herself to it.
Well, 21 without loss. Waldron has 13 of those. See the contrast in extras here then, James. Just the 2 extras so far in the first 7 overs.
Yeah, that makes all the difference, doesn't it? As we spoke about before, essentially Pembroke have given Malahide 2 extra batters.
This one just beats everybody. It lifts off a length.
That's a great bit of bounce there. So she generated a bit too good.
2 fielders converging. It doesn't make the boundary. But my goodness, that one flew away past the keeper.
Did you get an edge on that or a glove? Because it wasn't
I didn't see a signal.
No, must have.
And it's 1 on the board. So must have got an edge there, but enough of an edge to get it past the keeper.
That's a good ball. Enticing the drive, but just missing the outside edge.
Drive not quite in place.
That's why I'd like to have this fielder who's in the deep move up onto or into the circle for the 1.
And maybe drop the 1 on the leg side back to cover.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. You can just see an edge happening there. Bring her in for an attacking position or put her in a slip.
Oh, if you notice there, the wicketkeeper was very alert to a possible stumping. If she tries to get a bit further forward to drive and misses it, those bails will be gone.
Oh, just too short. Release the pressure there.
That is a bigger release of pressure, not only for Pembroke, but especially for the bat.
Well fielded. She didn't get...
And they'll take 3. Doesn't quite go. Good bit of fielding out there on the boundary. And that saves a run. And it's the end of the over. And that's...
25 for Neil off 8. Yeah.
Do you want to bring up the worm there, James?
Wait, hang
Oh, hang on. Replays first.
Who's that one you're remembering? What the hell?
Yeah.
Definite edge.
Definite edge there.
Oh, I missed again.
Oh.
Getting away with that one. It would have stuck or not. Now you can go for the worm.
Where's Worm? It's under W, is
Bottom,
it?
bottom, middle.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It's going to have to be a quick look, obviously.
Get ready to go.
Okay,
slightly-
you can click back now. Everyone can see that there's a bit of a gap, but Pembroke now, well, they got a chance to close that gap a little bit.
Well, they're on the rise.
25 without loss after 8 overs. The required rate hasn't really gone up that much. That's the advantage of 40 overs, I suppose. Played away on the offside.
So, after this over, would you give Condren another one, or would you just save 3 in reserve and then mix up the bowling a bit here? Because she's bowling very well, but if she doesn't get the breakthrough, I'm assuming, would you, as a captain, say, well, okay, thanks, you built some good pressure, let's bring someone else on?
I may have stopped at 4.
Yeah, I probably would have as well.
She'll take a wicket this over and show us both to be idiots. But, yes,
Because she's bowling well, but, it's just, again, just to mix up what's being bowled at the batsman, how the batsman perceives the ball, because...
there is always a big contrast between your opening bowlers and your third change bowler. And sometimes I like to open almost with my 5th bowler on the hope that you get an easy over out of them because the batsman's already going to be wary because it's the first over.
Yep.
And even if you could get 1 over done there, it just gave you a little bit more freedom of how to
Well, you've got to...
use your bowlers later on.
absolutely.
Plus, opening batsmen are always ready for the young tyro, the young quick, to come in and pitching it halfway down the pitch and all that sort of thing. What they don't like is slow bowling that even if it doesn't turn, it's there or thereabouts. They just don't have that. They rely on their reflexes, and when they have to think about it, it troubles their minds.
One thing I've noticed, and I learnt from yourself, which I thought has been quite effective over the years.
Don't drink and drive.
What is that? Because it tastes terrible. But sometimes opening with a spinner,
Yep.
just to sort of mess with their heads, because you're right, they are used to the ball coming onto them and just getting the edges and just, running it down to third man or going for the cover drive and that sort of stuff like that. But when you've got the opening pace bowler on one end and a spin bowler on the other, they're readjusting all their lines, their thought processes, their speed of how the ball's coming on. It can just be a bit of a head wreck.
Which end they want to be standing
Yeah,
at.
absolutely. So even though it's a brand new ball, I still think that's worth having sometimes keeping up your sleeve as well. You don't see it as much on the top level teams. Maybe there's a reason for that because they have more variation in their line of length and what they can do with the ball. But
I've seen Paul Lawson open a few times for Pembroke.
so have I, and it's been, I think, quite effective. I think it doesn't get used enough. Well, especially if you're going out there and you're defending not a low score, but probably a subpar score. Just to do something a little bit unconventional and trying. Well, yeah, but even here, but just trying to do something that's going to bring on maybe 1 or 2 quick wickets early on. And the other thing is, if it doesn't, like you say, Craig,
That's a lovely
that's a
shot.
great shot, just played out to the covers.
Well, she could be chasing that one for another 10 minutes and not catch it up. It flowed away beautifully from the bat. It crossed the boundary. 4 runs. Well, you can see that she feels she's played herself in.
Now both the batters on 14. Starting to build now. Starting to look quite dangerous. And just well defended. She's moving her feet well, just getting enough front foot movement there.
At the end of this over, I'll take us around the grounds. We'll see what some of the other scores are in Leinster cricket at the moment.
Yeah, just played on the offside to point. No run.
Both bats on 14 runs now. Shukla has faced one more ball. She's faced 29. This will be her 30th. And she plays it away to third very nicely, catching it on the bounce.
So I just wonder if that fielder was up, as we've been discussing, whether there'd be a run there or not.
There wouldn't have been.
No. Anyway, it's always easy from the cheap seats, and maybe...
Oh, you wouldn't believe how good a player I've become since I've stepped this side of the rope.
But I am impressed by their opening bowling combination here. They've been very, very tight in their lines and lengths. Haven't conceded hardly any extras, maybe only one or two, 3 at max. And haven't made it easy.
Will it be a double change? Will there be a change in the bowling?
Again, just played off the covers there, no run.
Stay tuned and find out on Pembroke Live TV. Well, there it is. That's the end of the over. 31 without loss. O'Halloran now, well, she's 0 for 18 off 5 overs. Doing a fine job for her team. So around the grounds, Terry New are trying to defend 118 inch, and North County are 71 for 3. Rush managed to get to 273 for 8 from 50 overs. Civil Service are now 56 for 4. In the Irish Senior Cup final, well, Warringstown are 14 for 1 from 4 overs in pursuit of Leinster's 259 for 6. So Warringstown need 260, and they're on 14 for 1. Well, decent start for Leinster. Change of bowling here now, as expected. In the second 11 going, Marion reached 224 and Railway at 10 for 1. First ball, a little bit short, just played away down to third. They'll take the single, that's all they want, that's all they'll get. And then we could take you as far down as Division 4. Wexford 127 all out, and the Hills 42 without loss off 10. Adamstown, well, they're 90 for 6, chasing down 124 to beat Clontarf. Big appeal, turned down here. Athlone scored 213 all out, and they're playing Division 8 against Phoenix Fourths, who haven't started yet. And Clondalkin were hosting Railway Union Thirds, and they were 46 for 1 after 6 overs. One can only imagine that that either hasn't been updated. Oh, it's a T20. It's a cup final. That would explain that. So there you go. There's some of the live scores around the ground. Here we have the situation where Pembroke 32 without loss. And we're seeing the first over of Mitchell. And that one was a bit short and pumped away for 4. And a super shot as well. And Waldron will move on to 18.
Yeah, they're building this partnership nicely now, aren't they? Oh, too short and played away. Splits the field and straight to the boundary. Great shot, great power and timing.
Well, that's 2 boundaries off Mitchell's first over. And this, as I said earlier, you have to wait to see what the change bowling is like. But the important thing for Pembroke is there's no wickets lost, and they've seen off the openers.
Yeah, they're stuck with it, and now they're going to get the reward, you'd think. Oh, that was a good ball. It's got the inside
Really
edge,
good.
chopped into the ground. Picks up one, though. There's Josh. Yeah, good over from Pembroke.
10 coming from that over. 41 without loss now after 11.
So they're on track.
Waldron making hay there. Picking up 9 from that over herself.
Yeah, Mary moves on to 23 of 35. Her team will be hoping that she is still there for a long time to come. And same with Van Schieker. She's doing very well as well. 16 of her 31 faced. Excellent partnership for their teams. They just want to have, the team would just like to have these two there at drinks.
Well,
And Kerrison now into the attack.
played
Nice.
away through the gap. Waldron taking note of the gap. This one's
Oh.
in the air, but it beats the ring and it will fall safe. The boundary rider will come round and pick it up and keep it to a single. Got enough on it.
Yeah, I don't think that was a risky shot. I think that she knew that the field was up and there wasn't really anyone back. So if you're going to go over the ring, then hit it. And
Probably
she
into-
just lifted it up,
Probably into the shot a little early,
maybe.
and that caused it to go higher than she would have wanted. That's a lovely shot from Waldron. She looked for the gap, and she calls for the second.
And well through. Good awareness there. Just hit
Well-
enough pace on it just to allow her to come back for the second. Good shot. She's got soft hands, just nice placement.
She has something like 290 caps.
Yeah, I know. It's just,
We shouldn't be surprised.
I know, but it's just beautiful to watch. You know, it's just class.
And it's the top 2 inches, really.
Yeah.
She thinks about the game. Student of the game.
Oh, absolutely.
Beautifully played out square again, reading the field. Takes a single.
It's good to see someone like Mary, and she's not alone, of course, but you know, she's very good at just playing the ball on its merits.
Great lesson for any young players. And that one just breaks through the fielders. Well, she was off balance, and that allowed the ball to get past her, and it costs a run.
That's the over, isn't it?
And that is the over.
You can see what it's saying. We'll be
It's
right.
48 for naught off 11.
I'm gonna hear you.
Off 12.
I missed an over, did I? Sorry. I had to pop out for a bit.
Yep, no, I missed the same over. I missed the 9th. By comparison, of course, Malahide was 65, but they lost a wicket at that stage. And here we are now with just 7 overs to go, 8 overs to go for drinks.
I just finish my thought with Mary. I mean, what I like about her is that she knows when to put the power onto the shot, and then the other one's just to run it down, use the face of the ball, open the face of the bat. It's just class. There you go. Straight to point, but no run, but nice shot. And Van Schieker's very aware that there could be a run on there, so she's backing up well. Both of these two players are fast between the wickets. And we are getting some darker clouds come through now.
won't notice as much on your television. Of course, the video camera is very good at taking in as much light as they possibly can.
Sound of our sponsorship, Schweppes.
Well, that's
Big full
just
toss.
a full toss, and it's pulled out.
Oh, did she stop it?
She did indeed. Run saved. Just a single in the end to a full toss. Well, Waldron will be thinking she could have put that one onto the road, onto Cyril's way. But she just gets a single instead.
That was great coverage by the fielder in the deep. She ran a long way there. She must have had a good 20 yards and saved 3 runs for a team.
Bruce Whaley just arriving.
Oh, that's a bit sloppy. I think the fielder there, number 98, thought her teammate was going to get it, and the teammate thought, well, you're going to get it. And then no one got it, and they allowed a single there. Be a bit annoyed if you're the bowler.
3 runs. How do we go? Were we playing or just netting?
Just nothing. How are you guys doing?
Great, thanks.
Grand Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's evident from the way you're dressed.
It's kid
It is
receipt.
nice. It was just, it was a line for a laugh.
Your collar's caught, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, now there you go.
There you go,
Dublin 4 now.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lovely bit of fielding at point.
Good back in there. She had a shot at the stumps.
Whoa. Well, another over slips by, but Pembroke have reached the half century, and they have done so without loss. A 50 partnership for these two. Waldron has 28 of them. Shukla has 20.
Now we can go back to the couple of fours and make you realise we were stuck.
Ah, here we go. That was just
Yeah.
too short, and Waldron was onto it so quickly. No stopping that, crashing into the fence, and then, is that a replay of a replay?
Yeah.
No, it's a separate shot. Well, it'll be Kerrison to continue now from the SMC end.
Conditions are getting a bit darker here for the batters. Good start there. Just played away on the offside for no run.
Well, it's almost like the sky is tearing cotton wool bits off a great big lump of it off to our left. Now, I think I can see rain in that cloud.
We've been very lucky so far they haven't got any rain. Anyway, that's an inside edge on the pad, no run. But yeah, there is.
We'll go over to our meteorologist now. He's doing all the things he usually does. He's just short of licking his finger and holding it up to the wind.
Look, we're due for a sprinkle, so don't be surprised. But
Good length.
I'm-
Kerrison bowling quite well here.
I'm enjoying her bowling. I think she's bowling really, 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 really well. Great lines. Batters are having no opportunity to get the ball away. Great length, just a really difficult length. Can't get underneath it, and if I do anything silly, I'm going to get bowled. Or
Yeah.
LBW.
You've got to get bat on ball, that's for sure.
Oh,
Well,
just
this one
drifted.
beats everybody, and again, it just releases the pressure. Pembroke are looking for 4 2/3 and over.
Pick
So
up.
every run helps, and they get 3 there.
That's the only blot on this over so far. Just
Such a shame because the 4 dots before it had certainly built some pressure. And then that one just getting past everybody. Suddenly Pembroke will feel a bit better about the over. This one
Ooh.
played nicely down the park. They'll just come through for the single.
again, maybe got through that shot a bit quicker than she anticipated. I don't think she wanted to go that aerial.
No,
But
but again, as you say, she's just not
Deep.
waiting on the ball. She sees the shot and is eager to hit it.
I just think because the field's a bit too deep as well.
Whereas if you watch Waldron, you can just see it's a timing issue for Mary. She just times those little pushes and it runs away. But if you put one in short to her, we've seen she's quite willing to hit the boundaries too.
So 54 for 0 after 14. I actually thought that was going to be a maiden over the way it was going. I think Kerrison is bowling very well at the moment. 11 for none of 2.
As it turned out, Pembroke still picked up 4 off one of the better overs we've seen. They do only need just over 4.5 and over. And one feels, again, I will say it, if Pembroke bat the 40 overs, they will win this game.
Well, what I like about this too, I think there's only been 2 extras. So I think you'd be looking at this now saying, okay, the 50 partnership's been reached. Oh, that would have been a spectacular catch. She made a great bit of ground there and a good effort to dive forward.
Kerrison it is. She's just finished that fabulous over we were talking about.
And that was a spectacular effort. Just couldn't get down underneath to hold it before impact on the ground. Thinking about a single there, but no single on offer. Sent back by Mary. Don't think she really was going to take off anyway. Here we go.
There it is in the air.
Spliced it up.
And
she got there, but she
got
leaped forward.
if anything, a little early. I think
Yeah.
it hit her high on the palms. That's
Yeah.
the bounciest part of your hand. Nicely played away.
About
And
odd.
again, straight to the fielder.
That was good commitment there, wasn't it? You know, it was.
Yep.
Can't fault her for that.
So Pembroke still needs 119.
Yeah, I still think I'd like to see this field be a bit more aggressive. Bring 1 or 2 players in a bit tighter.
Well, that's a nice shot down the ground, but again, straight to a fielder. No single there. Another dot ball. 4 in a row now in this over for Mitchell. Remember, she bowled a couple last over that were just too short, and Waldron, well, she picked up 2 boundaries for that, and that's why Mitchell's figures look 12 for naught as we go into a third. Take those 2 boundaries away.
She's bowling really well. It's got a bit of lift there. Just didn't. Batsman took the right after ball. Tried to work it on the leg side and completely missed. I'm impressed by this over by Mitchell. I think could be quite dangerous here. She's building some good pressure. It's been dot ball so far. She'd be hoping to finish strong on the maiden. Oh, well, I don't think she'd be too upset about conceding that sort of run, but great over there. Just the one. Rings Pembroke under 55 for naught of 15. I just misplaced my writing stick. Here it is. 15 down. Good steady pace here by Pembroke. Just under 4, about 3.5, just over 3.5 and over. But 10 wickets in the shed. Kerrison to continue. Well weighted.
Nice shot. And that's the difference. That's how you get the timing, is you wait for the ball.
Yeah, she played that nice and late.
And it was on the ground as well.
Yep.
And that makes a big difference to the shot you play.
Yeah. I'd like to see that cover fieldman be on probably the other side of the mat. You know, that's just that there, to stop that easy single, or just the thought of that easy single. Because they've recognised that there's a single every day of the week along there. So with soft hands, you just let it run on the ground away from you.
There are big gaps in the field now. It's a matter of being able to find them.
Ooh.
And again, it was the same in the first innings. A ball of a good length works.
Yep. Can't beat it.
In the air.
Yep.
And
there it is.
taken.
Yep. Well deserved. Good bit of bowling there by Kerrison. Van Schiek has always been struggling, I think, with this bowler's length. She seems to always come through the shot too quickly, and finally one went to hand. Great perseverance there by Malahide. This is the breakthrough that they really needed. Well, it was a good partnership, 57 runs.
57-run partnership, the biggest of the game so far, and it's a good start for Pembroke. And Waldron still there, still standing tall on 29. But Shukla, she departs for 23 after this shot and this catch. Well, the new batsman coming in, I think, is Lainey Martin. And Waldron just having a chat as she takes, well, I think she's taken a drink already. So the umpires are chatting. Malahide are chatting, and the Pembroke bats are chatting, and there's not a lot happening.
Well, the only thing that seems to be happening is this weather front and potential rain seems to be edging closer and closer by the second.
Makes it even more important that Pembroke don't lose any wickets here at the moment. The adjusted score will...
Yeah.
There's the catch again. Good hand position onto the chest. Catch taken. Batsman dismissed.
But look where she took it. The other side of the mat.
Yep.
Anyway, great breakthrough there for Malahide.
It really is picking up speed here, this breeze.
It's going to be difficult conditions when you first come out with the breeze blowing as hard as what it is. What's going on here? Come down for a chat.
The wicketkeeper having to get the helmet strapped on, not content to be wearing it with a loose strap. Should be like putting a safety belt across you and not plugging it in. Good length. Lainey Martin's first instinct to play off the back foot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right shot. That's a good length. Makes it difficult to work out, do I go forward or back? That's just nicely defended there. A lot of foot movement there by Lainey. It's always hard when you first go out in the middle. Get your legs moving well. But that's excellent over there by Malahide. The breakthrough that they needed has happened. So after 16, it's 57 for 1. But the key...
Go ahead.
Obviously, the key here for Pembroke is Mary Waldron. They want her to stay in there as long as possible. If she's there in the middle, Pembroke will be confident that they can chase this total down. I mean, there's still lots of good batting to come, and Lainey Martin's no slouch with the bat either. But what I really like about Malahide is the fact that they've hardly conceded any extras here. It's all pretty much had to come off the bat. It's a lot better bowling display and discipline than what Pembroke showed, with a few exceptions.
Nicely driven away on the onside. But the ring seems to have tightened a little there.
I like this. I really think this is good captaincy.
You wanted her closer to the mat while she's gone the other side of it now, as in front of it.
That's exactly, I think that's a great move. And it's so tight now compared to what it was. It's going to be very difficult for the cheeky singles to be taken.
Still that big
Yeah.
wide open door at third. Waldron spots it and walks straight through it.
Yeah. Well, we've also talked about that at length, about bringing that fielder up into a cutting off the one, saving one position. You know, it's like if they're going to go for the shot and get a boundary, fine. You know, it's going to happen sooner or later anyway. But if they can concede or just take 4 singles every over, then they're going to have a great platform to unleash later on, especially got wickets in the shed.
There, once again, Waldron's cricketing brain in action. She saw the wide had got away from the wicketkeeper, called her partner through straight away. 2 more to the total. And that brings Pembroke up as far as 60 now.
No, she's quick to any opportunity that's there. And as you want Mary on strike as much as possible from a Pembroke point of view. Going through a half-hearted appeal there, you've got to ask the question. But I think no one else went up. The keeper especially wasn't interested in that.
I don't believe it's going too well for the 4th 11 in Malahide or Clontarf today. Which is it?
Somewhere.
Malahide?
I think Malahide, yeah. That's a good length. Oh, lovely, lovely stroke there. Just smothered it basically out to the offside and picked up a single. Again, I love watching Mary bat. I just think that she has such a repertoire of shots and such a good cricketing brain.
She's moved on to 31 now. She's been out there since the start.
Oh, good
beautiful
ball.
delivery.
Beats Laney completely. Clean bowled. And again, another valuable wicket there for Malahide. Laney Martin goes for a duck. She'd be very disappointed there.
Well, it's a shame to see Laney Martin depart, but it will give Malahide a lot of heart. They'll feel that they're coming back into this game, and their total of 172 doesn't look under serious threat at the moment. Still 110 to win for Pembroke. And here you see it, holds its line and just takes that off stump. No real footwork from Martin.
Here comes the rain. The rain is here. Let's get this.
Let's get the other.
We're just going to do some renovations.
Players are still out in the middle. The studio's been somewhat enclosed to keep the rain from us. And you may hear some flapping going on the outside.
That's just James.
61 for 1 then. Well,
2 for 1. For 1, yep.
no, it's
Two.
2.
Wow, great over there for Mitchell and for Malahide.
Thanks, Noel. Well,
And
it is quite chilly now.
yeah, Orla Prendergast is out there now. with Mary Waldron. Be high hopes from a Pembroke point of view that she can steady the ship and use her expertise to... Oh, it's great defence.
Well, she comes with a reputation now, does Prendergast. Well earned.
Oh, yeah.
Superb with both bat and ball. Looking for the sight screen to be moved. That's the level of professionalism that she has about her. That sight screen has not been moved all game. Everyone bowling right arm over,
Yeah.
and all of Prendergast is the first one to say,
Hang on.
can you move the sight screen, please?
So the ground staff now are hurrying to get that screen in place. Keep going.
Keep going until she says stop.
Yeah, I think it's actually running to a ditch. I think that's probably part of the problem there.
Oh, the guy with the football just walked straight past. Thanks,
Yeah.
lads.
Yeah. Don't give a hand anyway. Might be easier to move the pitch.
Oh, we know it's gone in the flower bed.
Get the feedback from that.
Yeah, that's the IDS.
Yeah.
That's the horse show you hear in the background, not the applause for our sight screen movers, who, to be frank, well, they can be who anybody they want, but they're not doing this a great job.
No, times like this you wish you had wheels that actually turn.
Yeah, Orla says that's close enough.
Yeah.
Leave it there. That's nowhere near where she actually wants it, but
It's better than, yeah,
yeah.
that I had before.
So,
Harrison, who's bowling really well. It's going to be a good test for her. Good opportunity as well. And well watched there. That's great. Great bowling and batting there. Just defended it well back to the bowler. It's a bit straight there. Just played on to the onside. Thought about a run, but quite sensibly both batters say no. And that's nicely played. A bit too straight there, and it's played on the leg side by Orla, who picks up one.
you sure didn't Amanda get your holiday cloths?
Yeah.
Okay.
Orla, who's also one of the fastest people I've ever seen between wickets, would be able to have a good opportunity to pick up some easy singles if the opportunity presents itself. Again, thought about it, but no run there. Just played on the offside to cover fieldsperson.
It's kind of strange doing this from inside a room, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, look at that. That's
Yeah.
cricket knowledge, cricket craft for you. Just dropping it down on the offside, knowing that a single could easily be taken. It's the last ball of the over. Just 2 coming from it. 18 gone, and the score has moved on to 63.
64 actually,
64
so the 3 from that.
for 2.
Yeah, I blame Graham.
Well, this would be one of the big partnerships that Pembroke would be looking to take them a long way towards this 173 they need for victory. Run rate required, well, it's just about 5 and over now. Nothing that they can't cope with, and especially these two, if they get in and get going.
I'm impressed by this bowling change also as well. I mean, there was a bit of, like you see sometimes, a bit of a loose sort of
First
start.
over.
But they've come back really well.
But we could equally say the same about the Pembroke bowling.
Yeah.
Many bowlers had trouble with that first over.
But Mitchell's come back strong. She's 1 for 18 now into her 5th over. It's bowling tight lengths, difficult lengths. You don't have to be super express. Possibly blew a sand shoe there and had to come back.
Left foot, right foot.
Yeah, well that.
See the camera getting a few drops of rain onto it now.
Well, it's a wide ball and cracked out there. Just looks like a deep point. Just the one run. Bit lucky to get away with that, actually, but again, when you haven't got express pace, the batsman has to do a lot of the work, and so if they don't time it completely, you might be okay. She has protection out there, not that we can see it live, but oh, that's just lost control of that ball. Sprayed that one down the leg side and has conceded an extra. One of the few extras we've seen from this bowling attack. But one nonetheless. Brings her up to her conceding 20 runs so far. Not too bad, but just needs to think about her line of length a bit here. Just relax. Sort of a wide Yorker there.
It's a sort of ball that you find bowlers striving for in the IPL on the dying overs of innings.
Yeah, great death bowl in there. Yeah.
Right out by the blue line, the full pitch. There we go. Well, that'll make Noel a bit happier.
You can see the rain on the screen now. If you look closely, it's lashing in, and you can see the lens now getting quite wet.
Crashed away through the offside. That's reached the boundary. 4 more, and Prendergast, well, took her 6 balls to score her first 2 runs, but she picked up on that one very quickly. Can't be easy. Bowler shedding glasses. This is when I think umpires really need to sort of...
Take a 15-minute pause, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's no shame in it. Just get off there for a few minutes.
If a batsman was wearing glasses, they'd be off straight away. But the bowler, go on, just take them off and see what you can do.
Oh, down leg, but good bit of bowling there.
My first question there as umpire would be, would you like your glasses back?
Yes. But no.
So, an LBW appeal turned down quite rightly by the umpire. And she's going to come to the end of her 5th over. The score has moved on to 70 for 2.
Oh, just got over
Punched
past
down the ground.
Yeah. Lovely shot, just straight drive.
And
another boundary.
That's another boundary. And that's well needed. Good over for Pembroke. 10 runs coming from it. Score moves on to 74 for 2 off 19. And we're just 1 short of drinks.
Maybe that's what the umpire's thinking. If we can just survive this until drinks, then we can have a bit of a break off the pitch. Or maybe he's just thinking, I don't mind the rain.
Well, I hope Philip's got the kettle on.
Yeah. That's got to be... The rain's still falling reasonably heavily. And in fact, it's just got heavy. Look at that. It's just absolutely lashing down now. Seriously, go off and have an early drinks. And who's going to get the covers on? Lots of people running in the background. I hope someone bought a towel. And
well, I'm very glad we put up the walls of the
my
gazebo.
goodness. Yeah. Anyone want to start building an ark? Right. We'll start taking care of some technical issues here. Back in a moment. bit of moisture in the air here, is there?
I'm going to do my Theresa Manu. Theresa Manu. Don't go out!
Right, should we get the do that?
Yes, please. Sorry, yeah.
What's the fairy dogs?
I should have really moved
They're okay.
around to grab them, but I was close.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, no.
Do you want a third wall?
Just got that down.
No, we just get up and stop.
Here.
Right, it won't stop. There's
Let's
another
just,
wall of water coming through.
Take your bag there.
Another wall of water coming through.
Right.
I think we have to talk amongst ourselves. Your beer's about to fall over, by the way, onto the mixing desk. Better get down well. Right.
Dougal's are totally
Right. So hopefully this.
Okay. What should I do with my big clear sheet? There.
That's just handy. Do you need it?
Yeah. Throw it over. I don't know how I'm going to weigh it down, but as well as the wind. When I started going at it earlier, instantly the wind appeared.
Yeah.
Hello. Right. So.
Tuck it underneath the microphone stand.
Yeah. There's more there to be had. As long as the wind is behaving like that.
You stick a beer on it. If you need to.
Will until the wind goes mad. It's fairly well sheltered in.
I was watching this and going, yeah, it's cool again. No, I'm afraid, but
Where are you playing? Oh, you're Adamstown tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, just to bring you up to date, now we've kind of made the gazebo a bit more watertight. You can see the rain hitting the main camera on the sight screen. You can probably hear the rain on the roof of the gazebo, and it's looking quite miserable at the moment. We're hoping this is a passing shadow, shower. And we'll just have a quick look at the rainfall radar. And it is just showers coming through, really.
yeah, just an opportunity for another 2 minutes, I think.
Well, we've done very well to miss the rain that's been coming through across Dorky and down to Bray. Miserable weather down that way today. And now we've just caught one of these small showers coming in across us. And you can see the effect it's having on the ground. Our cameraman showing just how wet it is out there. I'm looking forward to watching Niall climbing up the pole with a handkerchief to dry the lens when it does stop raining. But until such time as play returns, we're going to leave you with the sound of silence and the pictures of rain falling. Well, the rain's still coming down here at Sydney Parade, so just in an effort and a desperate attempt to stop you all turning over to the golf. Right, James, 20 questions. Best batsman you've played with?
Oh, that's a tough one. It would probably be either, well, gee, put me on the spot. Brendan Ferris is one. Bhushan Bhaviskar is definitely another one. Craig Senior.
Will you stop now? Now you're entering the realms of fancy. Okay, so
No. I tell you, like, go back. Steve McCarthy was one of the first really good partnerships I was involved with the club back in the day. Luckily to bat with him in the innings that he went on to get 100 here. One of the before he put the gloves up for retirement, but Michael Byers. I was here when he basically got dropped about 6 times to go get his 100 out in the junior pitch. Oh wow!
Best bowler you ever seen or played with?
Probably Josh Little.
Well, that would do it, wouldn't it? Yeah, you're not going to get too many arguments about that one. Well, you can see Connor doing some work out there. He's just making sure that the covers are, in fact, covering the wicket and the drains are draining well away from the square. Favourite club to play at?
Probably the Hills, actually.
I see no reason why not.
I like that ground. I think it's great. There's a couple of others. I love Malahide. I mean, both their junior pitch and their senior pitch are both great pitches to play on. Clontarf is always good as well. Is that going to be a loaded question about what ground do you hate to play on?
Well, there was part of me that was going to ask, and which ones would you rather not be at? But we won't do that. We'll try and keep this positive.
Yep. I'd love to play on any ground that I can play on. How's that for an answer? Every game's a good game. Every game is a good game. Well, you're talking absolute rubbish there. There's plenty of games that aren't good games, and you know it. Okay, well, what's your favourite? I can ask you those questions again. So what's...
No. Who in the club have you most enjoyed watching batting?
Oh, God. There's so many. One of the ones I've actually really enjoyed watching to bat is Charlie Vieprick, a new member to the club, and he's been playing on the same team as myself. Well, I've been playing on the same team as him in the last season or two. And baseball Charlie coming from having no experience in the game to putting together some great little innings every now and again. Great sort of eye to ball coordination, and that's been fun. Then there's been established guys like watching what we have today: Orla Prendergast, Mary Waldron, Andy Balburney, Lorcan Tucker of these worlds. Theo Lawson is always a joy to watch.
Favourite barman? I really am hoping that somebody in the bar has this on now.
Yeah. Well, it'd be rude not to say Philip and possibly Con. Shout out to Con there. No, I see Philip. Is that Philip? No.
I don't think Philip's here, and
he was.
Marie's going to be upset with you, and Sean's going to be livid. But there you go.
Well, you can only pick one or two. All of the above, really. So yes. Now that my drinks are now 25% more expensive, thanks to that, Craig.
Do you prefer batting on grass or on a mat?
Grass.
Do you prefer bowling on grass or on a mat?
Grass.
Okay.
Every time. Although, there's, the batting's always, easier on a mat. But I love it. I love the challenge on grass. But I love bowling on grass, as we all do, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Who has been, in your time as captain, who has been the most helpful to you? Made it easiest for you? I know I'm not including this one. They never made it easy for you. That's for sure.
Well,
But they must have somebody who turned up early, did stuff, umpired when you asked them to, kept score when you asked them to. I mean, I know Kieran was very good at keeping score.
yeah, Kieran was great for keeping score. Barbara Musgrave was great for helping out for keeping score for a few seasons when Thomas was playing for us. Actually, one of the guys in the early days who went on to make it into the seconds and the first was Sunil Gupta. That guy would do anything to help out. He was, such a great temperament and just a generally great guy around. And he used to, nothing was too hard, So I was delighted now that he plays senior level cricket when he's not injured, that is. Look, in recent times it's been Prashant. Prashant has helped out with Prashant in there, helping out with captaincy duties and helping set up the ground and, anything you need and helping all around, basically just a good ear to talk to sometimes as well, which just to bounce ideas off. Graham Mooney has been excellent at, he's got a great eye for setting the field. So sometimes when you're sort of stuck for ideas or, he's been brilliant to fine-tune things or to take over the role as what we call field marshal. The list goes on. A lot of the times it's the guys who just get on with their job, just don't give you any grief. They just,
Best captain you've played under in Pembroke?
Oh, it's got to be Craig Senior.
That's just...
No, in all seriousness, not just, I learned a lot from yourself, and I think you've got now, take this as a grain of salt with anyone who disagrees, but I think you've got the best cricketing brain in the club.
What not to do, I think.
Or one of the best cricketing brains in the club. So
one day I might use it.
But, the sun's coming out. This looks positive. We shall see if there's a...
Best season you've had in the club?
Wow, best season I had in the club. Had a great season about 4 or 5 years ago when I was...
Just pre-COVID?
Just pre-COVID. And it culminated in a great partnership that I had with Brendan Ferris out in Malahide, where we put on 150 plus or 158 or 4, but over 150 together in a partnership. And that season, I think I had a reasonably good average for someone on the fifths, high 20s or whatever like that. Wasn't too bad. Got some wickets that season as well. Everything sort of fell into place and it's all been downhill from there. But, and also probably the first season I played for the club. Had some good memories there. Actually had a couple of good knocks. And then I learned how to use my feet and it's all gone south. But, no, there's been some good seasons and,
okay.
Any season where you play more games than you don't is always good.
Which are the best showers in the club? Is it the old ones, the new ones, or the referee's room?
Good question. I've only ever used the old ones, so I don't know.
never tried any of the other ones?
Well, no, actually, you don't get enough games here to actually do that. Normally, I bypass that. I haven't been, obviously, not throwing myself in the field enough to get dirty. It was sweaty enough. I think the way the renovations are gone, we're lucky that all three would be great. Anyway, that's we've got to find another subject to talk to.
Well, there's your match summary. That's how it stands at the moment. Malahide, they lasted 36 overs in compiling 172 for all out. Extras 52, making up a huge chunk of that. At the moment, Pembroke need 99 runs from 21 overs. And we've had a shower, and now the sun is shining. And if you'll excuse us, we'll prepare our... Oh, look. The roadies are working again. Yeah. Add roadie to his collection of titles. Director, technical wizard, producer.
Just before we go off air, I'd just like to apologise to anyone I left out in any of these conversations and stuff.
You'll get home tonight and you're, oh God, I'm going to have to message him now.
Like, yeah.
And they'll go, what do you mean? There was only 6 people watching anyway, so.
Yeah, I've got Andy Hill on standby going, what about me? Another great player. Anyway.
Well, we just thought we'd fill up a bit of the time while the rain came down. And as you can see behind the match summary, the Pembroke side eager to get back on with this game. Do you want to just bring up the worm there, James, and we'll have a look at that?
Yes, I will. Give us just a second. Where is the worm gone?
Hello?
There you go.
Hello?
Is this thing on? Well, as you can see there, the worm is a little bit behind the Malahide worm, but it's going in the right direction.
Not right now.
The loss of the 2 wickets there for Pembroke have slowed things down somewhat, but so far with Orla and Mary Waldron out there in the middle, one feels that partnership will accelerate and catch up to their line there, that or maybe even surpass the Malahide line. Malahide, again, would, if they get another couple of wickets, would feel like it's a well-balanced side, and maybe they have an opportunity to close this down before it gets out of control. They're bowling very well, so anything could happen. I think it's a very well-poised game at this stage. Hard to call who would be in front or who's in charge here. Pembroke have got wickets in the shed. Malahide are bowling very well and got a good run rate. So it's well poised. We've got 21 overs to find out what happens.
Well,
Let's see what goes on.
let's hope that no overs are lost and we don't go into the DL side of things.
No.
Let's hope that there's no revised target, and we do remain with 99 required from 21 overs. Pembroke with their batting card there. Well, Waldron not out 33.
It's hard to get good help, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it just disappeared again.
No, that was Malahide.
Okay, right.
And there you go. Well, Lainey Martin, she fell third ball. It was an excellent delivery from Mitchell. She'd come in for a bit of tap in her first over, but she came back and took the wicket of Lainey Martin. And Van Sheeker, well, she batted really well for her 23 until she lifted one. And Condren took the catch. Kerrison racking up another wicket. 19 overs gone. The drinks interval will have been taken into account, I'm sure, for that break. It would have been due after one more over. I think you were quite right. I think the umpires were trying to get to that, but when the rain came down in that sort of volume...
Oh, you have to get off, yep.
It suddenly became very difficult for them to continue. Prendergast has quite quickly moved on to 10.
Yeah, she's looking quite solid and control, as you would expect. She has a great technique and great forward defence. I wonder when they'll come back on. There's a little bit of moisture on the grass out here, as you expect after that heavy rain, but it drains off quite well here. I hope someone brings out a couple of towels to dry the ball, because that will be quite soggy, but it will be... So we'll see if it's going to be hard to actually bowl now, whether the ball is slippery like a cake of soap, and whether it skids on, or how well it skids on now onto this surface.
And how difficult the bowlers have, what difficulty the bowlers have hanging on to the ball. When it's wet like this, certainly the spinners are going to have great difficulty. But with that sun out now, not so much a drying wind anymore. Wind seems to have passed most of us by.
He says as it blows things off the table. Oops, sorry, microphone got caught. Yeah, probably give them another 5-10 minutes and then see if this pitch dries out. Or maybe they'll come straight on. We'll see what the umpire's decision will be shortly. Either way, the sun is now breaking through. Looks majestic out here at the moment. Temperature rising by the second. And this is a well-poised game, so I think both teams would be keen to get out there and finish this result. I think it's going to be potentially an exciting finish. Pembroke just need to keep in touch, get that 3 or 4 runs and over, and then have wickets in the shed so they can sort of unleash in the last 5 to 10 overs. And Malahide will be hoping to capitalise on these couple of wickets that they've got.
Well, I think this is, if not the, one of the most important partnerships for Pembroke, Waldron and Prendergast. Both Irish internationals this year. Both playing exceptionally well. There's the fall of the first wicket. Oh no, that was the attempted run out, yes. Direct hit would have had her.
Yeah, unfortunately for Malahide, the keeper didn't take it in the gloves properly.
That's the edge past the keeper. I wouldn't even say that was a chance. It just flew. No way the keeper could get to that one. It ran away. And there's another beautiful shot through the offside. And once it beat the ring...
No stopping it. Just shows that Dale's done such a great job with his ground to keep it so playable. And even when you do get some wet weather, or even over the last couple of weeks with the rain we've had, it's still quite a fast outfield. It plays true, the wicket plays true. All the wickets that he builds here, there doesn't seem to be any real horrible ends that, keep the ball low or jump up. It's very consistent.
There was the fall of the first wicket. Finn Chakra just lifting it into the offside.
Yeah, good catch. Again.
And then this one, Laney Martin, third ball, went back and just waved her back down the wrong line. Lost her off stump. And she was on her way for a duck. Well, the umpires are back in the middle, and the Malahide players slowly but surely making their way onto the outfield. And we hope we will have a resumption of play very shortly. Yeah, go for it.
Better take these off then. It's going to walk off with.
Chiropractic. Yeah. Well, at least 5 of the Malahide players now on the pitch. No Pembroke bats, but 2 umpires. Checking the ground conditions, I think. And now the umpires seem to be heading back in. Further delay, so. Well, we don't know what's happening yet. I don't think the umpires are inclined to share the news with us. There they go, heading off to the sideline. In a sign of how much better the weather has got, the net is about to fill up again. I think the umpires are keen to give the ground a few more minutes to dry. People starting to emerge from the bar again. Not quite ready to sit down at what must be quite wet benches. But there are still faces peering out from the windows onto this beautiful scene now. Lots of little diamonds sparkling on the ground as the sunlight catches these raindrops. Beautiful green lushness to the ground. And somewhere on the outside of this gazebo, the sun is shining. Well, in what seems to be a case of deja vu, the umpires are coming back onto the middle again, onto the playing surface. So it looks like we may get play sooner than perhaps we expected. See Johnny Garth and Josh completing yet another lap. Josh looks quite tired. And as the umpires head out to the middle, Malahide having a huddle on the sideline. Here they come. Hello, Josh. How are you, mate? Hey? Oh. Is that nice? Is that nice? Josh Garth. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping they're taking the drinks interval into account, and I hope they had a bit of leeway and a lot of common sense. 99 required from 21 overs. In fact, we'll ask the man who knows.
I didn't see him running off to duty yet, so
Well, he'd have done it at the break.
no, because he didn't know how many hours.
We are starting in 2 minutes.
Now, remember, you're live on air. Say it again.
Oh, okay. Hi. So the umpires have called, a couple of minutes ago, they said we would be starting in 4 minutes. So as you can see, the batters are going out, so it'll be about 2 minutes to restart. We have not lost any overs at this stage.
That's the news I was looking for. Thanks very much, Graham.
Yeah. We will have a game in 1 over.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Bye. Well, there you go. That's the news from the horse's mouth. Scorer Graham Mooney providing us with the up-to-date information that no overs have been lost. And play will start. Well, as you can see, the players making their way out to the middle now. You didn't see a man, did you?
No. I went in and then came out around.
Oh, there's beer up there for me. I'll be off to get there soon.
Wow. Players about it. Come back out onto the field. A bit wet still the field, but it's just superficial, one would think.
Well, this officially becomes a game with a result at the conclusion of this, the 20th over. And we've just been in touch with Graham, and we've lost no overs, no time. The only thing we have lost is viewers. But now we have cricket back on again.
It's a golf on, is it? Yeah.
And Waldron straight back on form. Straight bat. See, I'd like to do more of those sort of like informal chats during drinks breaks and stuff, you know?
I just realised I didn't mention Gordon Clark in that.
You're now picking on the people you think are likely to be watching, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, one of my great memories of batting here is again in support for a while when he got his 100 here.
That was wide. Waldron was onto it quickly. There is a fielder out there. She will just get the single, but you see again the intent.
Yes.
Saw how wide it was. She moves on to 35, I think.
34, 35. 34. Gradually building that innings and that partnership. Oh, well weighted there by all. It's
amazing how late she takes that and still punches it away for a single.
That's the thing. She has great timing, but she's got such great strength as well. Just, she hit it hard enough without actually had to hit the cover off the ball, but just enough to get through the field.
She's
the ring.
Stronger as well.
Yep. Just picking up singles at will at the moment.
Well, this is sensible batting by Pembroke. They're just re-establishing themselves, reacquainting themselves with play out in the middle. You can hear in your speakers the music blaring over from the RDS.
Street can get taken down now.
It's just background.
Yeah, white noise.
You can't tell what song it is. That's today's competition.
Well played.
Can you name the song?
Just waited on that and just worked it on the leg side for a single. Yeah, again.
It's like watch. I mean, even with Mary there, with over 200 Irish caps, over 250, I think. But you can just see Prendergast is playing a different cricket.
Yep.
So we now officially have a game, 78 for 2, and it leaves the equation very clear. In 20 overs, Pembroke need 95 runs at 4.75 and over. Now Malahide returning to their opening bowler. Condren coming on again. Malahide feel the need for a wicket.
I think this is a good move by Malahide. I think if they're going to break this partnership, try and do it as early as possible before Orla gets completely set.
If you could bring it down, that'd be perfect.
And maybe hope that Mary Waldron has a lapse in concentration. But you've got to throw all your resources, your best resources at this attack, I think. So I do think and that's a good start.
Well, Malahide do realise the importance of this partnership. If these two get going, it could mean trouble for Malahide, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can get all of Prendergast cheaply, that would really make them feel like they're back in the game. Not that they're not out of the game yet, but it's... that's well bowled again. With no room. Great Yorkers.
Super length, really digging in at the feet of Orla Prendergast. But she now has the sort of experience of that sort of bowling. Just knows well enough to keep it out. She knows there'll be other deliveries she can score from.
Almost like facing, being an opening yourself at the moment. Just see off the good bowler. You'll get reward. Oh, that's lovely played down the leg side.
This time, the bowler just straying a little in her length, and it just allowed Prendergast to play it round the corner, take 2 quick runs, take herself. Oh, she's scoring at a runner ball. The score has moved on to 80 for 2.
Would have got a lot of moisture on the ball there, being on the ground, so you wonder if that's going to cause problems with the bowler. Just trying to dry it as much as she can before she starts her run-up.
There is a fielder with a cloth at mid-on. Nicely played away on the offside.
Shot.
Take the first one quickly. Waldron calls her through for the second. They go to Prendergast's end. She's home safely. Another 2 onto the total. Another 2 for Orla Prendergast. That's 4 off the over so far. Still 2 balls remaining.
That's one of the things that makes a difference between a great batsman and a good batsman is just the ability to be able to pick the gaps, see the gaps and be able to actually deliberately hit it there.
You only hit that fielder once, and then I'm not playing there again. Well, this time it's a full toss.
She's going to get out.
And it's caught round at square leg, and Prendergast departs for 16. And that's a body blow for Pembroke.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, she went for the big 6 there and just didn't get enough on it, almost like an edge, a leading edge or something. Just popped it up high, didn't get the length, the distance, and in the end, a comfortable catch in the deep. And that is definitely the wicket that Malahide wanted and needed to get. The very dangerous Orla Prendergast. She'd be disappointed as she walks back to the clubhouse. But it's a great breakthrough. And I think a lot of relief there to Malahide. This brings in Zoe Bell, I believe, out into the middle. Zoe, who's had a great day so far with the ball and in the field. Yeah, just didn't get it out of the middle of the bat.
No, it's Shauna Kavanagh who's come out now.
Shauna's coming.
Another Irish international. She suffered badly with injury earlier this year, and it caused her to miss out not only on the Australia ODIs and the West Indies trip. Well, tough break for her. But here she is in the middle for her club.
Ooh.
Another full toss. This one is put away properly along the ground, down to the scorers. And although a wicket fell, 8 runs from the over.
And it's also given us a no ball.
9 runs from the over.
1 ball to come.
Possibly more than 9 runs off the over.
How many from the over, Craig? Yeah. It's one of the few loose balls there by Condren. I just wondered if that was just slipped out of her hand a bit.
I think the wet ball's contributing to this because that's
Yes.
2 full tosses she's bowled, one of which resulted in a wicket, but the other one disappeared to the boundary for 4. Kavanagh off the mark.
Whipped it off her legs there.
Finds the fielder on the boundary. We'll only get a single for it, but I have to say that was a super shot.
I think that's one of the best shots of the day. That was just a lovely flick.
Hey, there they are.
Anyway, after 21 overs, it's 88 for 3.
Just by comparison, of course, Malahide 118 for 4 at that stage. So it's hard to say who's ahead, and that's the great thing about cricket, isn't it? They're always the first question everybody gets asked. The question is, who's winning? That's a lovely shot, though.
That is a beautiful shot, isn't
That
it?
deserved more than just a
Yeah.
single. Great piece of fielding. It was coming at pace and bouncing, never the easiest one. Got a body behind it, did everything right, and saved her side 3 runs, that was for sure, because that was a cracking shot.
Well, the difference between the two totals, even though Malahide were ahead at this stage, is the Malahide still left about 6 or 7 overs on the pitch. You know, they didn't
You
bat there.
say that, James, though, but Pembroke did bowl 48 wides, which is an extra 8 overs.
Well, there is that, yeah.
I would say, in effect, they batted for 44 overs.
Yeah, true. I suppose from that perspective, yeah. Different ways of looking at it. But, oh, that's a nice ball.
Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate that.
There's Kerrison again. She's been very good today with the ball.
To a 6 over now.
Yeah.
Bowling from the SMC end. And again, another good delivery, another dot, 3 in a row. Well, Malahide will want that run rate required to get up above 5 and hopefully above 6. It's wickets they want, really. But if they can build some pressure by bowling dot balls,
Just frustrating the batter.
that's got to help too. Kavanagh going down to try and sweep that one. Was unsuccessful on that occasion. Well,
It's a bit short there.
just played away on the offside through the point region. They take the single and just 1 ball remaining in the over.
Yeah, I think she's really been bowling well today. I think last ball was a bit short. Okay, but she got away with it. Only conceded the single, but she's really making it difficult for the batters to be able to get width and open their shoulders and go for the big shots. Again, lovely line and length there. End of the over. Just concedes the 1. That's 89 for 3 of 22. And they're sticking with their opening bowler here.
Well, they got the breakthrough. They got rid of Prendergast. If they can break this partnership as well, we do think that Zoe Bell will be in next. Oh, you didn't tell me. Niall sneaking up the worm without me seeing it. Pembroke, well, they were a bit behind, but the gap was closing. And now Prendergast departed.
Condren on her 7th over now. Short. Again, I just wonder if this is affected by the moisture on the ball.
Well, again, very nicely played shot by Shauna Kavanagh. Down on one knee, sweeping beautifully. Just a single, though. That fielder seems to be very well placed out there. Condren has bowled very well into her 7th over now. Just 24 runs conceded, and she did pick up the wicket of Orla Prendergast, and that's one that will please her no end. Full toss, paddled round the corner.
Clever shot.
Who needs to hit it hard? Just let the ball run off the face of the bat, and it runs away. 4 onto the total, 4 more for Waldron.
That is class shot. That is a very classy shot. Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball, actually. A bit full, you know, it was full.
Just onto it so quickly.
Yeah, just had that ability to pick that line and length, and I wonder if that's premeditated, maybe not, but it was a great shot. Just it's forced the fielder there in the deep to go a bit more into a third man position.
Another one
And,
on the full, another one turned around the corner. The fielder had been moved back to the fence, and that saves 3 runs for Malahide. Again, Waldron so quick, just to, you can see it here, the selection. I think she was thinking of reverse sweeping to start with.
Yeah, you can see.
If you play that again, the bat seems to go.
Then she stops, checks
and then
herself.
she realises that this isn't the ball, and just to play it away, and she did so, and it brought that boundary on the 2nd ball of this over. 6 off it so far, 3 balls bowled.
Mary Waldron moves on to 40. Stretched out nicely there, just played it on the offside. Great reach. It's in good touch there, Shauna.
It's great to see her in this form. The Irish women, of course, heading off to Amsterdam, playing 3 games against the Dutch on Monday, Wednesday and Thursday. Looks to play that one round on the leg side. It crashes into a pad. I don't think there was any bat involved, and neither does the umpire. Leg by signalled, and that 3 figures rapidly approaching for Pembroke. And Waldron, well, she is on 40 now, but it will be Shauna Kavanagh to face the final delivery of Condren's 7th over.
Oh, inside edge there.
So nearly chopped that one back onto her stumps. Got away with it on this occasion. And that does end the over. It's a good one for Pembroke, 9 coming from it. The score has moved on to 98 for the loss of those 3 wickets. Those 3 wickets, of course, Lainey Martin, she departed for a duck, having been bowled. 3rd ball, we're losing her off stump. Orla Prendergast we saw caught round at square leg, just as she was starting to look quite dangerous, I felt. And then you've also
Van Schika got caught in the covers.
Yes, just lifting 1 too many, and she departed for 23. Just 10 extras so far in 23 overs. Far better performance in the field from Malahide's bowlers than was the case in the first innings. And now Kerrison to continue.
Yeah, lovely shot there. Just played out to the offside to the point fielder and picks up the single. Again, it's knowing when to actually overhit the ball or just basically use soft hands and just run of the way on the ground.
Well, that one goes down the leg side. It will be a wide. Waldron doing her best just to sweep it, more sweeping brush than cricket sweep. Just escort it around the corner. There would be runs there if she could make it. On this occasion, it's outside the off stump. It beats the fielder in the ring. It will be picked up before the boundary, but it lets them get through for quite a cheap single. And that now, well, there's 101 up for Pembroke in this, the 24th over.
Yeah, these two seem to be flowing the runs quite easily at the moment.
Well, they're not having to go chasing big time. One big over here would make a big difference to the run rate required, which still remains over 4, but 4 1/3 is well within capabilities. You just take your singles and wait for the bad ball. She gets down, sweeps that one round. There are 2 fielders there. Oh, that's a good, nice pick
Nice
up.
fielding. Great fielding there.
That's Mitchell fielding there. She was bowling earlier. Bowled very well.
For a minute there, I thought it got past her, but she did well to stop that and bring it down. Just reduce it to 1 run.
Nice shot. Goes back just too wide for the bowler. That means that mid-on has to take it. Mid-on is deep enough to allow them to get through for the single. And suddenly the number required, James,
Is 70.
they pick up another single. And I'll leave that one to you.
You giddy? Great bowling there by Kerrison. Good figures, 1 for 25 off 7. I think she would have, obviously, like every bowler, like to have a few more wickets against that name, but she's done a great job for her team. I mean, she's bowling against very high-class batting, and to only have 25 runs against you has been a remarkable performance in my book.
Well, Malahide have done very well. They're trying to take this game as deep as they can. They're still searching for wickets. That's what matters to them. Looks like another change of bowling.
Yeah, I haven't seen this person bowl yet. This is the Deacon. Oh, okay, Deacon. Yeah.
I think it's Beth Deacon.
I think it is Beth Deacon, that's right. She played a great role of being a support backbone for the Malahide innings. Unfortunate from her point of view that she didn't go on to, say, get a half century, for instance, because she looked like she was well on the way. She'd weathered the opening bowling storm and the like, and was looking not overly comfortable, but solid enough.
Well, there is a lot of room on the leg side here. 3 players back on the boundary. Umpire signals the first one a wide. The players exchange ends. There'll be 2 more onto the total. But if you look here, there's a long leg, there's a square leg, and there's a cow corner. Mid-on is inside the ring. And then on the offside, there's a mid-off, cover, point, gully, and a boundary rider square of the wicket. It seems to be quite a defensive field here for Malahide. As I say, plenty of room in on that leg side.
Yeah, she wants to get her line right. If you drifts down the leg, might be
Punched away on the offside, through the ring, but the boundary rider is there. Single taken, and they just seem comfortable.
They do. I mean, if you look at this leg side field, the whole idea is not to hit it in the air, to hit it on the ground.
No 6s today, please. And that's what I also like, is the recognition of the good ball, and let's just keep that out. Don't have to score off every delivery.
Well, Deacon's bowling a pretty good offside line, considering, and so I wonder if it'd be worth just bringing someone up into a mid-wicket position, so to speak, and then he's still got 2 protect. I can't see that.
The 3 down there at the moment. I think if you take one of those away, you're leaving an awful lot of ground.
You are.
And you're expecting your bowlers to get everything right. I think if yes, if you had a bowler that was capable of bowling
Nice shot.
the way you describe to her field all of the time, then yes, you might consider moving a fielder over. But you've got to realise that we are watching Division 1 women's cricket, and that there are going to be balls that are bowled in the wrong place.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. But
And I think you have to cut your cloths, as they used to say. That one outside the off stump, the batsman goes across to it. It ends the over with a dot ball, and the score has moved on to 107.
yeah, having said that, though, if you're going to have 3 fielders out there in the deep, I'd still like to maybe even tempt them by putting 1 or 2 balls slightly straighter or even slightly on the leg side to see, are they going to go and try and hit me? And if they hit a 6, okay. Or hit a 4. But at least maybe they hit it straight down the throat of the fielder that's set there for that trap.
Yep.
You know, keep bowling the offside line, but just have that one ball deliberately going a bit more straighter to try and bring those fielders into play.
It looks lovely out there outside
It
the
looks
gazebo.
beautiful, doesn't it? I know, it's quite... Really almost dropped that wall down.
Just pushed out in the offside. It's another dot ball. But again, that run rate, well within manageable proportions. 65 were required from 15 overs, 65 from 90 balls.
4.4, basically.
Pembroke won't mind a few dots going by. It's taking advantage of the errant delivery. You can definitely hear
Oh, she's so strong on that sweep, Shauna.
spends a lot of time practicing that shot, and it's become very productive for her. 2 on to her total now.
Like, it wasn't a bad ball. I think it's just a bit too straight. I think Kerrison's actually bowled a great spell. It just shows you, though, when you're playing against quality batters, that just the 1%ers play a big part of it. Oh,
Chasing that one outside off.
yeah.
Not really doing herself any favours there. Weren't really too many runs to be scored. It just would have run away for a single or 2, and a lot of risk attached to that shot. So easy just to lift that into the keeper's gloves. That's better.
That's it. Had a hard slash, got the edge on it, and it spun away, and it's going to make it to the boundary. Will it? No.
It's superb chasing down, never gave up, never surrendered. So just 2 runs. Or was it 3? They may have got 3 there.
But either way, the run was, at least one run was saved.
But she chased that all the way down to the boundary. I actually think it would have stopped before the boundary, which would have been even worse. That's one that you sort of give up on. Oh, I'll go and get it in a minute. And then it stops before the boundary. And
Then your teammates say, kick it over. They've just run 5.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you're seeing it on your screen, and probably not, but the angle we're looking across the grass at here, you're seeing all these plenty of little diamonds flickering in the sun, which I believe is up there somewhere.
It's actually quite pleasant right now. Bit of a breeze, but some child's been killed in the car park.
It's the 12th of August, and we're both sitting here wearing coats. I'm wearing a hoodie, I'm wearing a T-shirt, I'm wearing another shirt. To say it's quite nice is very much relative to what we've seen for the last month.
113.
Well, Pembroke chasing down. This 173 for victory. Just another 60 runs required now. Change of shot there.
Yeah.
She got halfway through that shot and decided, I think we'll leave this one alone.
Yeah, you could see the big stride forward, and I
the
thought
bat
she's going to
coming
wind
down
up
at
and thought,
speed.
oh no, not this one.
Good decision. Still there. Gets to face the next ball. And this time it's a full toss. She plays right
Oh,
down towards Cow Corner. It's beaten the fielder.
it's an awkward bounce, and they're
She
going
got
to come
it.
back for 3, I think.
She got enough on it to just stop it crossing the boundary. But as James said, they ran the 3. And those runs required, well, they're starting to tumble now. This is what happens. You get a good partnership coming together. These two have already put on 34. And they know each other's batting styles and calling so well.
Shauna Kavanagh's quickly moved on to 20. And Mary Waldron's on 43. Been very watchful. 43 of 69.
Well, that went nowhere near where she was playing the shot to. But again, they recognised there was a run there. They jogged through for it. Takes the score on to 117. Still 13.3 overs
Excuse me.
remaining.
Full toss again. Just worked around on the leg side. They'll pick up at least 2. That's good fielding and good arm to get the ball in.
That's not good news, though. Waldron appears to have pulled a muscle or strained a muscle.
Yeah, something's gone wrong there.
The way she was running at the end of that second one, you could tell she certainly wasn't overly happy. Now, that having been said, she's now not feeling it and rubbing it and calling for help from the sideline. Oh, the helmet's coming off, though. Glove goes back on.
Yeah, just overstretched something there. Tweaked something, maybe. Looks a bit ginger.
Well, she is.
No worry, folks. He's here all week. Just tip your waitress.
So there are just 13 overs remaining now. 54 runs required. Pembroke have moved on to 119 for 3. Quite a good over for them, that one. 6 runs coming from it. And that's all they do. It's. I mean, there were no boundaries. But they just took their runs as they came, and they got 6 in that over. And that run rate required, well, I can see it dropping below 3 quite quickly.
Well, just remember, if they didn't have 52 extras,
Oh, they'd be there now.
they'd pretty much be there now. They're probably winning this coming over.
They'd need 2 for victory if they hadn't given away any extras. But they did, and they were always going to, but 52 just seems to be a rather large number. When the opposition top scorer is 33, you don't expect to... And how many did they get as a team? Oh, they got 172. Wow, they must have... Everyone must have got in a bit.
Yeah,
But that wasn't the case here.
All 13 batsmen.
Yeah.
Batters.
52 extras in that Pembroke bowling effort. It's certainly not something they'll be proud of.
Some of the younger members of the club.
Future stars.
Future stars coming through.
What do they call? I suppose they're cubs, aren't they? Baby foxes.
Colts, maybe Cubs.
Oh, I don't think
I don't
you'd
know.
call them that, James.
Yeah, well, they're younger than us anyway.
Most of the people here are younger than us.
I know it wasn't a great stretch, but anyway.
Once again, I'd like to say many, many delighted best wishes to Mary Sharp and Robbie Brophy today. Both of them will be continuing their rehabilitation at home.
Delighted they're on the mend.
Absolutely. Great to hear. Great to hear. Well, the umpires now are consulting, I don't know, over what? Can't be the length of the shadows, can't be the amount of rain. Is it the over rate? Is it who's bowling? How many overs they've had?
But Kirsten's finished her spell.
So they look like they're going back to O'Halloran. So that must have been what it was about. Well, it's a good spell from Kerrison. Her figures would be quite good for today.
Yeah, I was very impressed with her bowling. I think she's been outstanding. I haven't got a figures at hand here, but under 30 for and 1 wicket off 8. Good spell.
Many thanks to the number of you who have tuned in for the conclusion of this game. Just to bring you up to date, Malahide were put into bat and they amassed 172 all out in 36 of their 40 overs. The big talking point in that innings is the 52 extras that Pembroke conceded. And now Pembroke have been in pursuit of 173 for victory. And they've been going about it exactly the right way. Mary Waldron, well, she's 44 not out. And Shauna Kavanagh, 22 not out. And these two, they've put on 37. 38.
This bowler's been impressive too, O'Halloran. She's into a sixth over now, only conceded 18 runs, 19 now. They're all standing up for their team. They're all doing a great contribution.
Waldron just pushes that into the leg side, round about square leg. Deep square leg comes in. Pembroke were never looking for more than a single. And Malahide were never going to give them more than a single. 1-2-1 for 3.
That's good length, but again, almost a similar shot, just worked on the leg side, but no run this time.
That one running just a little bit further behind square and finding the fielder, and quite wisely turning down a run.
Oh, it's a good length. Beats everyone. Well, beats the batter.
Halloran's hands went straight up to her head. She could not believe how that missed. But miss it did.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those coats of varnish type jobs. So close. Very encouraging for the bowler. Another beautifully worked single on the leg side.
Fielder at square leg, not picking it up cleanly, and that just made the job of picking up the single that little bit easier.
Puts Waldron on strike now, and she's on 45.
That's a super shot. Swept away from the fielder. She is going to pick it up before the fence. Waldron will only get 2. That will take her on to 47, and you can see that she's in discomfort when it comes to having to run. I get the feeling we're going to see a bit more of Mary's box of tricks now. That you'll see the sweeps, the reverse sweeps, the laps, the ramps. She'll bring all of those out because I don't think she's keen to run. So she'll be looking for the boundary any way she can get it.
I think absolutely spot on there. If you can see here, the worm chart's on, and that gap now is starting to narrow ever so slightly.
It's almost the deceleration of the Malahide line, whereas the Pembroke line seems to be on a consistent gradient, and it will certainly pass that Malahide total, even if it does take more overs than Malahide took.
Well, they're consistently getting 4, 5 and over at the moment. So that's, going to reduce their run rate required now is only just over 4.08 full toss. And it's put away. Is it? No, is it caught? No. Good effort there by the fielder in the deep. She charged in. She knew she wasn't going to be able to make it. And she just got enough of her hand onto it to stop it and just concede only 1. That was a really good bit of fielding.
Well, the crowd has come back out from the bar again. Busy outside the chapel. Deacon to continue now for a third over. Well, again, you can see Waldron is only happy if she knows she can basically walk down the other end. It goes down as a wide, 2 more onto the score. It's good to see from a Pembroke point of view. Runs required under 50 now, and run rate required under 4.
Yeah, it's been a solid performance, especially by Mary, just to keep in touch the whole game. Oh, that's a lovely stroke. I think this is going to make it to the boundary.
Nothing says don't bowl there better than a shot like that.
Yes.
Well, they've been content picking up the singles here and there, left and right. But when one is loose outside off stump, well, Kavanagh wasn't going to miss out on that. She's moved on to 28. And that run required, well, it's come down to 42, and there's still 70 balls to go.
I mean, Kavanagh's so explosive. When it's hit, it stays hit. You know what I mean?
She does have that power and timing now. But I tell you how you get that. You spend a huge amount of time practicing and netting. And Shauna did that.
Yeah, she's played those 10,000 balls or whatever it is and built those shots.
Full toss.
Yeah. Oh, she's smart there.
Onto
Kept it
it.
down. Kept it down.
Onto it so quickly, smacked it into the ground. It shoots away, bisecting the two fielders on that fence. And 4 more runs onto the total, and she quickly moves on to 32 from 32. And Pembroke 136 for 3, and one has to feel that this is starting to look quite comfortable for Pembroke.
Yeah, I mean, just smart batting like that. She didn't go aerial. She just played along the ground very firmly, no risk. And this works another one around on the leg side. Picks up another single here.
Again, a great example for any young kids watching. Just the way that these two have constructed a partnership. They came together with the score on 82. They've now passed a half-century partnership, and now they're starting to open up. You see, you establish yourself, you get your innings going, and that means later on, well, when the sun shines, you make hay.
And that's a 50 up for Mary. A well-judged innings, this one, and a well-deserved 50. She's been so solid for this whole second innings chase. Just showed the class that she is.
Well, there's no doubt she loves her cricket, takes any opportunity to play. And that's a well-deserved half-century she's made, and made whilst injured. The injury only came, of course, in the latter part of this innings so far. That's another over. She does enough to retain the strike, and the score has moved on to 142 for 3. And Pembroke from 11 overs require 31 runs, and that run rate required has even dropped below 3 now.
2 balls from Shauna.
I missed an over here, I think. I feel like I missed an over. That's only 29, isn't it? 100 foot, yeah.
Well, there was 10, 11, 12, hang on, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Yeah.
17, 18 off that over.
That's what makes
That's
me feel.
when
Yeah,
you felt like you left an over, but it was a brilliant over for Pembroke. The big over they were looking for. Kavanagh now run a ball, 33 off 33. Waldron on 52. Still plenty of time left. Looking at the weather, will there be plenty of weather left?
Well, you know, one or two more overs like that, and it's game over.
Yes, indeed. Just 31 required now. This one runs past the keeper. It will be stopped before the boundary.
Just happy to pick up the one.
Well, they're in no rush now. Just under 3 and over required. 11 overs, best part of 11 overs to go.
That's well played.
Negotiation run there. Played out in the covers, or out behind point rather, and the two bats just looking at each other, and no consensus means no run.
And I also think that, you know, with Mary picking up a bit of a niggle there, that she probably thinks I'm not going to run a quick single on that.
Absolutely.
We've got plenty of time.
She's got up.
What a ball. Deceived the batter there and bowled Shauna. She was looking good. And she's had a great innings, great knock, but that ball just deceived us, and she tried to work it on the leg side, and it got through her defences, and she's been clean bowled.
Well, the 4th wicket falls with the score on 143.
61 partnership.
Yep.
Here you go.
Partnership of 61 has put Pembroke firmly on the path to victory.
Yeah, played along the wrong line there. Just tried to work it from the offside onto the onside and missed.
Well, will Malahide feel that they're back in this game now? Zoe Bell it is, striding out to the middle. Well, we said that we suffered in the cup final when none of the big 4 bats scored. Well, today it's Mary Waldron who is standing tall for Pembroke. She's reached her half-century. She's been there since the start. 143 runs she has seen scored. Can she now see Pembroke home the rest of the way? Just 30 runs required. Malahide still requires 6 wickets. But, well, 'tis a funny old game.
Yeah, it is. 30 runs is still a decent sort of target to chase down. You have to think that Pembroke is still very confident on that. But they are bowling well, Malahide, so nothing's a given. You know, we saw in the Malahide second half, you know, the lower order sort of collapsed quite quickly, so that anything's possible. But Zoe Bell, very capable batter. She got something on there.
She's got LBW.
Oh, she's got an LBW first ball. Oh dear.
Keep telling you, it's a funny old game. Pembroke are now 5 down, and Mary Waldron's got to find a partner who's going to be staying with her while Pembroke amass the 30 other runs they need. This is going to get interesting, James.
This is going to get interesting. This is too close to call so far. 5 down now. Yeah, that's just across the line. It's an awful shot. Should have played that in no foot movement. Absolutely no foot movement. Just the horrible ball you get when you're, your first ball.
First ball and it's on the stumps. That's so unfair. However, if you don't get something on it, you're walking back to the pavilion, just as Zoe Bell did. Well, she had such a great first innings. The cricketing gods obviously deciding to just bring her back down to earth.
Yeah. She was definitely looking to be player of the match there for a while. That might have shifted in a different direction at this stage, but her contribution in the first innings was amazing. Unfortunately for her, she's walking back to the pavilion. Wasn't her day with the bat.
Well, that brings Leslie Ring to the middle, and Malahide will very definitely feel they're back in this game. You can see all the close catches around. Oh yeah. And Pembroke are very much reliant on Mary Waldron now. Still Georgia Beattie, Hannah Little, the 2 McDonalds. So there is still some batting there. But Leslie Ring, well, she's got to keep this bowling out. And they've got to get Mary Waldron on strike. And Mary now has got to steer Pembroke home from here.
So in that over, we've gone from 142 for 3 to 143 for 5. Excellent over there for Malahide and for O'Halloran. I mean, her figures now are after 7, 2 for 24. Very impressive. Again, I think you're right. I think the rest of the Pembroke batting just need to get Mary on strike. That's their job.
Also, if they can see O'Halloran off. James, would you just bring up the bowling card for Malahide? The one under that one. The one under that one. We just changed that for the Malahide. We may miss a delivery, but you can see Condren has an over left, O'Halloran has an over left, and then Deacon and Mitchell to see them through to the end. And Deacon is the one who's been going at 9 and over. So you suspect that the Malahide skipper, well...
You're hoping that Condren and O'Hallahan there get another couple of wickets.
Well, no, she's gone back to Mitchell here now.
She's bowled well
Mitchell
too.
for the St John's end. And they take a quick single, first ball. Mary certainly not protecting the tail. She has total faith in her partner, Leslie Ring.
Leslie, just a bit flat-footed there. We need to be a bit more...
Well,
back up a bit more and just be a bit more aware of the singles that Mary wants to take.
This has been a very quiet game, but one has to say it's building now. A slow simmer for a lot of this game.
Yeah,
but
slow
now,
burner. Oh, that's a good ball.
That's well bowled coming back into. Oh, and they're going to take the single to the misfield.
No, they decide not to.
Against it.
Smart move. The old adage, never run on the misfield. I think that would have been a disaster.
I've played with people who no run on them. No run, no run.
Yeah. Oh, she's bowling the good length.
There's a super length right in at Ring's feet. Leslie Ring fulfilling a very important role here for Pembroke now, even though there's only 29 runs required from 9.5 overs.
It's funny how even though your balance in that regard is in your favour, that sometimes you just start to get a bit of panic in your batting and think, oh, I can't get any contact or I can't get out of the way, and it starts to wreck your head a bit. And all of a sudden you do that silly shot just to try and get off a duck and rotate the strike, and you get yourself in trouble.
Well,
I think
Ring
Mitchell's
is probably there at the moment. She's faced 5 deliveries. She hasn't scored. Now, hopefully Waldron's already told her, don't worry about scoring runs.
to survive.
Well,
survive until you start to, see the conditions better. But I tell you what, this is good for Mitchell. She's bowling a really good over here. Just conceded the one so far.
we did say if Malahide were going to win this game, they needed to take 10 wickets. Well, they're halfway there now. And all the established internationals back in the hutch. Oh, that one just missing the off stump. Waldron turns down the chance of a leg bye in order to retain the strike, and that's very smart cricketing brain of Mary Waldron to the fore again. 144 for 5, as we now have 9 overs left, and Pembroke need 29 runs. Malahide need 5 wickets, and I need another point.
There you go.
The worm taking a turn for the worst. No, I was joking. I've got a full one beside me. No. The worm taking at the same time as Malahide. It's gone flat, and 2 wickets have fallen in the space of 2 overs. Well, can Pembroke still get themselves home from here? A lot of it's down to Mary Waldron.
Well, she is the key, absolutely. And I think she'd be just saying to her partners, just keep out the good ball, and we'll see what happens from there. If you survive, we'll win this. If not, if you do something rash or get yourself out, then, the chances diminish every bat. So it's pretty simple sometimes when you evaluate a game and keep it simple. Mary needs to actually take on the burden here, which, of course, she's been doing the whole innings.
There you see her just counting out the field. One of the many little quirks she has.
I actually think it's a good tactic because sometimes it's a way to force the pace of the game to slow down.
Yeah.
Also, it always is good to know where your field is.
Well, she takes that one on the full, smashes it through the offside. That's going to ride her away to the pavilion. There'll be no stopping that. That is 4 runs. She doesn't even take a step. Even with an injured leg, you'd think she might, just in case. But no, she knew that one was flying away to the boundary. 4 more for Waldron, 4 more for the total, and 4 off the runs required.
Very impressive shot. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 5 on the offside there, and she split everyone. And this time, just straight to mid-wicket, no run.
Just clipping that one off her feet. And here is a replay of that 4. It was wide. but she got enough power on it and the flat of the bat, and that flew away. She's obviously taken a disliking to the scorers today. There's 2 balls I've seen fly down there now. Another one taken on the full, another one smashed back. Will the fielder get to it? No, she won't. Waldron this time took a couple of steps towards taking the single. Has to go back as another 4 is registered, and Pembroke bring up 150.
And what a way to do it. Bring it up with a boundary. This has been a really good over for Pembroke and for Mary Waldron.
Well, you can see she knows her job here is to score these runs and to score them quickly. Leslie Ring, she knew it was a 4 straight away. She's quite wide there. This one on the sticks, and it's played away on the offside, and Waldron will not take the single. Still 2 balls to go in this over. She's moved on to 62, and already these 2 have put on 9.
So 21 to go. I think now this is a bit of time that Mary would probably think about taking a single, if there's one to be taken. Not that ball.
You're exactly right, that's what she was looking to do. Leaving Leslie Ring just 1 ball to face. Now she's hoping to do the idle duel thing, which is having Leslie not face any deliveries as she takes the strike at the other end.
And just couldn't get past the fielder there, couldn't get it away. So she becomes off non-striker now, and Leslie Ring will face the first ball of the next over. Obviously having a chat saying, listen, there's big gaps around the place, just try and work it off and get a single.
Well, Pembroke's worm would be getting far, far closer now to that Malahide one at the same stage in the last innings. Malahide at this stage were 160 for 7, and they were to lose those last 3 wickets over the next 5 overs. Pembroke still have 8 overs to go. I hope that didn't shock you that there's still 8 overs to go.
It sounded like it, didn't it? What, 8 overs? Well, run rate's only 2.6, you know, so it's just a matter of just surviving if nothing else.
Mitchell has 2 overs left. This is one of them.
Oh,
that's played away.
Yes, and
Waldron comes through for the single. Well done, Leslie Ring. She gets the single she needs to get off strike, and that will leave Waldron now.
And also she's off to mark.
Yes, she is.
So, again, it's always a good feeling as a batter. That's the first obstacle to overcome, isn't it? Everything's a bit easier then.
Second obstacle. First one's not to get out for a golden duck.
Oh, yeah, that in-swinging Yorker that just turns you inside out. And you go, oh, really?
Yeah. Or edging one through to the keeper.
Yeah.
Before you even turn your head, you know. Well, that's a lovely shot from Waldron. She plays it round down towards the dressing room, down towards the
no one's stopping that one.
Pavilion, and it runs away. What a super shot. Manufactured 4 runs, turned it into a full toss, and played it round the corner, and that's a good shot.
That's a sensational piece of batting. Just angled the bat. Premeditated shot almost, you know, turned, like you said, turned it into a full toss. Didn't even try to really hit that anywhere, just let that run off the face of the bat. And there is the fielder down there, but it happens so quickly that the 10 yards she had to cover was too much for an ask.
This one hit straight back down the ground. That is a class shot. Waldron knew it straight away. Just comes down to take the congratulations of a partner. 4 more onto the total. That takes Waldron on to 70. And once again, Pembroke are in a good position because of Mary Waldron. She had a presentation before the game, and she's making a very strong case now for player of the game.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's going to be pretty hard to argue against that. She has done everything that her team needed. And that's a beautiful ball in play, but well played as well. Just smothered that, kept it out.
Mitchell doing a beautiful job. It's tough at this stage. There's still some moisture, still some of those little sparkling diamonds on the field when the sun comes through. And we know that's not the driest ball to work with It's funny because the fielder at mid-on, I don't think has taken that towel out once.
No.
Oh,
what a ball.
delivery. And suddenly this game is back in the balance.
It's not over
Waldron
yet.
departs. She departs for 70, and Pembroke have done a good job to get to where they are. But I feel Malahide are very much in this game now. 161 for 6.
Wow, what a comeback. And that has really given a good ray of hope there for Malahide.
There's that beautiful shot,
yeah.
just manufactured, run down to the pavilion. And that was a super 4 there. And then this one just cracked down the ground. No fielder getting to that. She didn't even really move to take a single. And then tries to play around that one. And a big gap between bat and pad. And that saw the end of Mary Waldron. A shame for her, but a delight for Mitchell. She'll be delighted at having picked up that wicket, especially after those 2 4s earlier in the over. Well, Pembroke need 12. They have 4 wickets in hand. And another Irish international, Hannah Little, comes out to the middle. The score on 161 for 6. And suddenly this game is very much in the balance.
Well, that's right. You could look at it and say, okay, they've only got, 12 runs to get. But with the bowling attack and how good the bowling attack's been today, that 1.5 and over starts to sound a lot more difficult than what it actually should be, you know. Mitchell here has just bowled a dream ball that's just taken Mary Waldron's wicket.
Malahide lost their last 5 wickets.
Oh, she's just taken Hannah as well. She's on a hat-trick.
Wow. What an over. This game really turning around now. Malahide have to be favourites. Well, I was about to say Malahide lost their last 5 wickets for 15 runs. And now Pembroke, they've lost their last 2 for no runs at all.
Yeah, I think they've actually lost their last... I think they've lost... Pembroke have lost the last 4 for what, what is it? About 18.
4 for 18, and that was a beautiful delivery. And now she's on a hat-trick. Will they change the field? I'd say there's palpitations going on the Pembroke sideline now. 7 down. Malahide in with a great shout of pulling this one out of the fire. Just an over ago, you would have felt very much that Pembroke were favourites to get home. Just 12 required. They've got 7 overs to do it in. They need less than 2 and over, but they keep losing wickets. I think this is Kim Lee McDonald now coming out to the middle.
Probably one of the most important knocks of her career. You've got 2 very fresh batters out there now, and wow. And Mitchell is on a hat-trick, and she'd be saying, please don't get them all out yet. No, she wouldn't be. She'd be just hoping her team wins, but she has bowled so well.
Now, Leslie Ring having to take on the role, looking after Kim Lee McDonald, trying to eke out these 12 runs, and suddenly those 52 extras that Pembroke conceded look very important.
Well, they do indeed. They've still got another over by Condren to come as well. So it's going to be a hell of a challenge for these 2 to overcome.
Well, it's right in the balance now. I'm not predicting either way. This one played away on the offside. It falls in front of the fielder behind point. She managed also to get her shins in the way. So as well as the benefit of Pembroke of the wicket not falling, the benefit for Malahide of the run not being scored. Big black cloud in the background here at Sydney Parade. I wouldn't say it's sunny Saturday. This one clears the ring. They're going to get through for a single.
That looked dangerous, but very risky, but it paid off.
You can hear the applause on the sideline now, and I tell you, that's indicative.
Oh, that was a very risky shot, but she got away with it. Brings Kim Lee McDonald on to face her first ball.
The crowd's starting to get involved now. The tension definitely building. Good crowd outside the bar.
Good opportunity for Kim Lee. Oh,
Edges
she gets
it.
an edge and she'll get one.
Well, they'll pick up a single, and that brings it down to just 10 required. And Kim Lee is off the mark. Well, I'm not even going to say that was a chance or why didn't they have a slip or whatever. No, that just happens.
Yep.
And you can't legislate for that.
But one thing I like there, Kim Lee was very
But
fast
again,
between the wickets there.
With only 10 required, I think it's wise that they do have somebody down here on the boundary. I'm just not sure third is the position.
Yeah.
I'd rather that, like you said earlier, to have third up in the circle and maybe the one on the 45 to come straight back off the 45, but come back to a fine leg, long fine leg.
Well, you'd have to be the team that loses because you conceded 10 edges, you know.
Oh, another wicket picked up. O'Halloran picks up her third wicket, and Pembroke now, well, 10 more runs just seems like an awful lot, and there's just 2 wickets remaining. 163 for 8.
We're still in the 33rd over?
161 for 7 after 33. And now 163. Oh, sorry, 161 for 7 the previous over, and we're now 163 for 8. And now Georgia Beattie has joined Kimberly MacDonald in the middle, and Pembroke's hopes rest on these two, and Anna Lynn MacDonald is in the hut with the pads on, ready to come out and save the day for Pembroke. Just 10 runs required. If ever there was a chance for one of these 3 youngsters to make a mark with their teammates, to make a mark with the selectors, this would be it. Just 10 runs required. 6 overs to do it in. That's not the problem. We did say if Malahide were going to win this game, they would have to take all 10 wickets. And my goodness, they're doing a good job so far. They've reduced Pembroke from, well, Pembroke were 148 for 3, and now they're 163 for 8.
Yeah, you can just see it's sliding out of Pembroke's hands if they're not any. They've got to be very careful now. Talk about snatching victory from the jaws of defeat from Malahide's point of view. It's not over yet, but they'd be feeling like we really have a chance here. Well, we just need 2 more wickets. And
if Pembroke win, you get the feeling there'll be a sense of relief. And if Malahide win, you get the feeling there'll be a sense of elation.
Absolutely. Now, Mitchell, quite right, has been brought back on. She's on a hat-trick.
This will be her last over. The field has come in a lot tighter now. There are people in catching positions. Malahide smell blood in the water. And who's going to be the shark for them? Will it be Mitchell? 3 for 38 so far. And that one's gone down the leg side. It will be signalled a wide. And another run as well. 2 onto the total. Just 8 required now. There's the signal of wide. 8 required. And here comes the rain.
Yeah.
I think it's a thunderstorm.
Yeah, it's a tornado, everything, cyclone coming through.
Tsunami sweeping across the pitch. And they're playing on anyway.
Yeah. Oh, that was just Mitchell, I think, tried a bit too hard there in that ball.
This time.
Oh, well done, Georgia. She just edges it down for a single.
Plays it with an open bat. She's played that shot many a time before, and she picks up a single for it. And the runs required drops to 7. 2 wickets in hand. Which way is it going to go? Both of these bats now faced 1 ball, scored 1 run. Can they keep that going? Tension really building here now.
So exciting.
Oh, an inside edge, and the keeper does well to stop it behind her.
Mitchell can't believe that didn't play onto the stumps.
Well, a bit of fortune for Kimberly MacDonald. We really are reaching again. I said it was a slow burner earlier. My goodness, it's come to the boil quite quickly. And that...
lucky.
It's the finest of edges.
Yes.
Finest of edges. Third ball of the over. Nice shot, nice straight bat, but the fielder is there. It's a dot ball. Just 7 more required. It seems like such a small number, but Malahide are concentrating on an even smaller number. 2 wickets, that's all they require. Both sides could win this within 2 balls.
That's right. The last thing they need now is a 5 wides or something like that. Oh, well played.
Nice shot out on the offside, going square of the wicket. Fielder there, though. Dot ball again for Mitchell. She's coming to the end of her spell. 3 for 41. Well, we were saying how well Zoe Bell bowled earlier. And she took 4 for 41 from 8 overs.
Yeah, can Mitchell pick up another wicket before her spell ends? Oh, well played.
Nice
Kept it
shot
out.
again from Kim Lee McDonald.
Again, this is going to be a good test for both these very young batters, very young team members here. It's a big ask when you're not a senior player to be able to understand the game. And
Nicely played. Just on the leg side, no chance of it going for a catch. That's the end of the over. Just 5 overs left, 7 runs required. Run rate of 1.4, but that's incidental at this stage.
Yep.
Or is it?
Well, these two didn't seem to panic there and try to do any silly shots. They just took what was on offer. Bit of luck, maybe.
Condren comes back on.
This is going to be, I think, the over to survive. There's 6 crucial balls.
Some crowd is building up in the RDS. They must have this on the big screen there. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, viewership just jumped up to 45,000.
No, it's still only come up as one device.
Right. Yeah, true. Anyway, Georgia, just play straight. If you're a Pembroke supporter. If not, we get Condren and get 2 wickets.
It comes off the edge. They take the single.
Down to 6 now.
1 shot. I don't think it will be 1 shot.
No, I think it'd be 6. But Condren should be thinking, okay, I've got 5 more balls. What balls can I bowl? And you can't beat the in-swinging Yorker.
You can always tell how you can always tell how the game has captured the imagination of the people watching. All the people in the bar are all facing out onto the pitch. Nobody's talking. They're all watching at this stage. This is how exciting this game's become. Full toss played out on the leg side. Jiska runs down to long or mid on. No run taken. There you go. You see, even the people who were sitting down along the wall now standing, watching, arms folded. The calmest people seem to be on the Pembroke bench.
Well, it's going to be one of the most exciting finishes of the season, I think.
Another one played out, dot ball. And are they just seeing Condren off? That's half of her last over gone. Just 3 balls remaining for her to make the difference. She can still end this game. Pembroke side, very calm on the sideline. But I tell you, flick to that pitcher if they hit a 4.
Comes in. Oh, full toss. Got away with that. Did it go down leg side? No.
Deemed to have gone down over the offside or
maybe
through,
in between the batter and the slumps.
Well, I think the batter's profile, isn't that what they used to call it anyway? So, on this occasion, just a dot ball.
2 to go for this bowler.
Condren's bowled a very neat spell for a side. Just the 1 wicket so far. And now it's in the air and it passes the fielder. They're going to run 1. And they're going to come back for the other. They are. They negotiate that one and they get back safely for 2. And just 4 more required now after that shot. Well, that had everybody's hearts in their mouth on the sideline when she played it quite aerial, but it found the turf safely and ran away. They took 2 runs, and just 4 more required now. Can Pembroke get there? Just 2 wickets remaining, remember. Batsmen 9 and 10 are in.
Oh, well played. Defender the back.
What a lovely shot back.
And that's a great navigation of very difficult bowling. Anyway, after 8 overs, Condon spell, she ends with 34 for picked up 1 wicket.
James, would you bring up the bowling there?
No. Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
It's in the air, and it's in the air high enough to get over the fielder in the ring, and it runs away. And there we go. They were wondering, they were watching the running for the second, I think, there.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, many thanks to the newcomers who have joined us. Viewing figures taking a jump as we reach the conclusion of this game. And now it looks like a change of bowling at the St John's end. There are the bowling figures.
Is this Deacon or a new bowler?
8, 8, 8, 8, 8. So it has to be a new bowler. They've actually bowled themselves into a corner where they're going to have to use a 6th bowler. Deacon still has 4 remaining. And it's Bella Armstrong who's coming on.
Right.
Just as the sunlight starts bursting into the cabana.
Yes. We're blind now, can't see a thing. 4 to go.
Well, isn't this brilliant? 4 runs required, 4 overs to go, just 2 wickets in hand, and now Malahide having to turn to their 6th bowler, Bella Armstrong. Well, I'm sure they weren't counting on her having to bowl, but Pembroke have seen off the top first 4 bowlers.
Oh, and she smacks it around and picks up a single. That's good running there by Kim Lee McDonald. She was halfway down the track.
Just 3 more required now.
Tell you what, Kim Lee is like greased lightning between the wickets at the moment. She's so quick. So just 3 to go.
Wait until you see me going up to use the facilities at the conclusion of this game. I'll show you quick.
Yes, lots of coffee we've had today. Yeah.
I don't know why, but the second pint tends to break the seal.
It certainly does.
Oh, the umpire lets someone go through as a dot.
Bowling quite well, Armstrong, considering that she probably didn't think that she'd need to be bowling.
Not removing a jumper. This one outside. Oh, there's all sorts happening here, and they get safely home at one end and safely home at the other, and there's going to be an overthrow. They take a second. That will tie the scores. The scores are tied. They're stopped there.
Oh my goodness, what happened there? That was just everything and anything.
No, if you ever wanted your replay machine to work, now was the time. That was incredible.
Scores are level.
And the scores are level, and Pembroke require 1 run.
And you'd be praying, please don't let me bowl a wide.
And I'll tell you, you'll be able to pan round to the crowd and the team, and you'll see them. There it is, hit out, fielded, thrown in, thrown down the other end, missed by the backing up fielder, come through for another. There's people on their knees, people with their head in their hands, and people with arms folded. That just about sums up that delivery as far as Malahide were concerned.
Yes.
The scores are level. Here we go. Big swing of the bat. It goes out in the offside, and there's no single there, and the scores remain level. 1 ball left in this over. And there's the Pembroke bench. They're the calmest bench.
I know.
I think we're more nervous for them than they are.
For both teams. Oh, she's playing it well, isn't she? She's not panicking.
Not at all. They realise that 3 overs is quite fine to get 1 run. That's the end of the over. You can see more and more people standing up to watch this game, the conclusion of this game, and to see if Georgia Beattie and Kim Lee McDonald can see Pembroke home. Well, Pembroke looked like they were coasting, and then so all of a sudden it was turned on its head with the fall of a number of wickets very, very quickly, and now Pembroke find themselves just with 1 run to get, and they'll win this game, and just in time as well as the rain starts to fall.
And the game gets rained off. Oh, it's just a very briefest of showers. Oh, yep.
This one's a dot ball. Umpire, I think, unwilling to end the game on a wide, and I don't blame him.
Absolutely. Just, it's a good...
Yeah, it stopped already. It's now getting breezy, though, which suggests more rain is on the way. I suggest breaking down happens quite quickly tonight. You want to see highlights of this game? Watch it again.
Yep.
Because we're going to be trying to dodge the rain and get all this electrical equipment out of the water.
In storage.
Yep. And get it safely away.
Come on. So, Georgia will be hoping to get this ball away. Oh, she did well there.
Next broadcast from Niall will be tomorrow. It's the men's first. They're playing Phoenix in the championship. Niall, do you have anybody in mind that could commentate for you? It seems that 5 of us are away in Adamstown playing cricket tomorrow. What time is meet?
Oh, yes.
Tomorrow?
Oh, nearly. Yes. And
They're going for the run.
They've got it.
And they've got it. They're there. They're home safely. And Pembroke have victorious by 2 wickets. Well, what a game that ended up being.
Oh, my goodness. That was great awareness there by Kim Lee. She just called that through.
As soon as the ball passed the keeper, she called the run, knowing she'd get there safely. And that's a super win, but a super performance by these 2 youngsters. Kim Lee McDonald and Georgia Beattie. Well, they did well with the ball, but they steered Pembroke home.
Absolutely. That was calm under pressure. What a performance. Just took the chances as they came, and again, stay in there and you'll get home. And they did, and they saved the game for Pembroke.
Partnership of 10 saw Pembroke home when the previous partnerships hadn't been anything to write home about. It was a pretty, shame of a performance. Pembroke should have got their home easier than they did, but they won by 2 wickets, and they did so with 2.2 overs to go.
And what I like about Malahide is that was a classic example of never give up until it's over. Just, and it shows...
You never know what's coming in next.
Yeah. And the cricket gods are so cruel because it actually, you get to the stage sometimes where it's like, I believe we can win this, I can believe we can win this, and you're almost there, and it just gets ripped away from you. But, look, a great defence there by Malahide. I thought that was an excellent performance. Their bowling was spectacular today. Here's the card for Malahide.
Well, that was them setting that target of 172. They got 172 all out. They only used 36 overs, but they did gain a few overs through the Pembroke bowling. 52 extras, four of which were 2 leg byes and 2 no balls, and the rest were wides, and they'll want to work on that. But the pick of the bowlers today, Zoe Bell, she got 41 runs taken from her 8 overs, but most importantly, she took 4 wickets. Not only that, she took a fabulous catch and was also involved in a 1-stump direct hit run out. She did really well there.
But I think we have to agree that the player of the match is Mary Waldron, with the half century, 2 wickets for 28 and a run out as well.
And she got presented with a bunch of flowers before the game.
Yeah, that's right. So I think she can go back and start necking that champagne she got as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Start with the champagne and then on to the tequila.
Yeah.
There's the Pembroke innings. Well, you can see why Mary Waldron is player of the match. 70 from just 87 balls, but she was there with everybody else right until the very end, when Zoe Bell, Leslie Ring and Hannah Little gave us palpitations for Kim Lee McDonald and Georgia Beattie, provided us with joy and elation at a Pembroke win by 2 wickets. Malahide toiled with the ball. They were very good bowlers, though. Condren, O'Halloran and Mitchell bowled very well. They only
Only.
conceded 20 extras, and I tell you, they won't be 20 wides either. Anyway, Kerrison bowled very well. But once those 4 were bowled out, it was left to Beth Deacon and Bella Armstrong. And you can see that, well, Beth Deacon, she was going at nearly 8 and over. And eventually it came down to these last 2. And Pembroke did need those additional overs that Malahide decided not to use. And they got there, and they got there well. So a good win for Pembroke. The covers are going on now. And that's a fine performance, fine all-round performance. Great to see, even though Mary was very much the star of the batting, it was great to see that everybody contributed one way or another.
Well, I think that's one of the most exciting matches I've seen this year. The ebb and flow of the game for both innings. It was right down to the wire. The people in the crowd were just absolutely silent, just waiting for to go one way or the other. And from a Pembroke point of view, they're very happy that went their way. I think Malahide would feel that they did very well as well, and it wasn't stolen from them, whatever they almost got there. It could have gone either way. So a great performance from both teams. Some positives from both teams, and but I think the Malahide bowling attack was really impressive. I really thought that was great.
Well, you're going through all the highlights, all the replays we showed you during the game, and a few that you were left out. The next broadcast is tomorrow. Noel will be here. It's a 12 o'clock start for the men's firsts, entertaining Phoenix in what could be a league championship clinching game if it goes well. Unfortunately, the microphones are liable to be quiet because James and myself and Graham and Prasanth and Charlie are all on duty on the pitch for Pembroke Fifths out in Adamstown, which won't be streamed. And so if anybody would like to come down and give it a go, and I'm not looking at Anna Beale in particular.
But feel free, Anna.
But if you're going to do a game, this is the game to do. Picked up and running around.
That's gold.
Super stuff from Pembroke. They finally got home, and I think it's fitting, well, how fitting it is that Mary Waldron should be presented with flowers before the game. She should take wickets in the first innings. She's to be the biggest run scorer in the game.
Take 2 wickets.
And become player of the match in her own match at her own ground between the only 2 clubs she played for.
Bit of a fairy tale sort of story there.
Well, all we need now is a unicorn and a pink ribbon. There's the run out.
Yep.
Oh, that's well timed.
Yeah. The crowd
Big cheer
appreciates
over
it.
the RDS. Just, they appreciated that wicket. Now, if you excuse me for a moment.
Yes, we're going to just take care of business, and thank you for watching.
And please join Niall tomorrow for what will be a vital game. And please, somebody come down and commentate, because, well, I'd like to hear it while I'm down in Adamstown. Thank you very much for tonight. Thank you very much, Niall. Thank you very much, Pembroke TV. And thank you very much, our viewers. And, sure.
Good night.
Come and see us soon. Like and subscribe this channel.
Yes. Over and out.